City Council. We are going to start tonight's meeting with a closed session. Mrs. Hoffman, would you read it into the record?
I move to go into closed session to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the city's attorneys and the City Council regarding litigation involving the following parties: estate of Joseph Lopez and Matthew Hamilton, and secondly, to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other business in the Greensboro area, including agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives that may be offered by the public party in negotiations.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay, seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. We will be back by 5:30.
Summer means Safety Town in Greensboro, at least for 5- and 6-year-olds. And this year the program is offering some new times and schedules to accommodate busy family schedules. We are getting ready for Safety Town 2025. Yes, we got to start getting ready in the spring. So tell us what's new about Safety Town this year.
This year, Safety Town is just going to be a 1-week program instead of a 2-week program. So we trimmed off some of the excess. It'll just be a 5-day program this year. And then at our Barber Park location, we're offering evening sessions as well. The Lewis Rec location will have a 9 to 11 a.m. session. And then we also will have a 1 to 3 p.m. session. But Barber Park location, it'll be a 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. session.
So you're really listening to parents and the needs that they've had. You know, we can't make it for 2 full consecutive weeks. The daytime pickup and drop off doesn't really work, and so you have some options now.
Absolutely. So we listened. That's what they asked for, so we're going to give it to them, and it'll be a successful summer.
Yeah, looking forward to it. So let's go back a little bit and talk about what Safety Town is.
Okay, Safety Town is a program that we created for 5- and 6-year-olds, and they learn various topics on safety. There is a police safety day, so they get to go in the police car. They get to look at all of the stuff on our uniforms. We are adding a new program this year with Volvo. It's called Stop, Look, and Wave. So they're actually going to bring an 18-wheeler out, and the kids get to look at that and learn about the blind spots and things. So that'll be really cool to see. We have an animal control day. We have an EMS day, so to get to go in the EMS truck. Their favorite, fire department. They come out and they get to play and squirt the hose and everything. The kids love that.
You're not offended by that they're the favorite, right?
Not at all, you know. And then we also have alcohol, drug, and substance abuse comes out. And they talk to them about how sometimes pills can look like candy, but it's not, and about vaping, and they bring a lung in and they'll show you like how much tar is in there if you're a smoker and things like that, but on a 5- and 6-year-old level that they can understand. And also in addition to that, they get to ride cars in this beautiful Safety Town.
That's their favorite.
That's their favorite, yes. Get their energy out.
Yeah, so this is actually the town. This is or one of the towns, I guess you should say. And they'll use little pedal cars around here. Absolutely. They'll learn about the crosswalks, the stop signs, the lights, the signals, all of that.
Absolutely. It's all fully functional in here. So they get to learn, and we learn about the parents and how they drive. My mom does this, or my dad does that. So, you know, it's always interesting to hear those kind of stories from the kids.
Talk about how to register your child for Safety Town.
SafetyTownGreensboro.com is where you go to register your child. And also, if you have an older child that needs service learning hours, we take mature 13 to 18-year-old students, and they can actually volunteer and help us run the program, and they get service learning hours as well. So there's an opportunity for multiple ages of children for Safety Town.
And as far as the volunteers, even if they can only do 1 week, still okay?
Correct. Yes. You sign up 1 week at a time.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you want to do all 4 weeks this summer, perfect. If you just want to do one, we'll take that too, you know?
It's definitely a good thing. What is your favorite part about Safety Town?
My favorite part is just seeing the joy when the kids get to ride the pedal cars, and they're so free, their hair is blowing in the wind, they think they're actually in a car, and it's just adorable to see. I love it.
It's a lot of fun. How many spots per session?
Roughly 100.
Okay. But they do fill up, so especially those prime times that you might want.
One session is already sold out, and that one has been closed, and then there is a second session that has like 86 or 87 kids at this point, so that'll be the next one we'll close. But there's still 4 other sessions you can sign up for that have room.
So get on it. Yes.
That's right.
All right.
Filling up fast.
SafetyTownGreensboro.com is the website to visit and get your safe on this summer.
Welcome to Phillips Hall and the Stephen Tanger Center for the Performing Arts. I'd like to first start off by thanking these members of the Greensboro Symphony Orchestra. They're an amazing quartet. They provided this music this morning as a warm-up, and they're going to hear back from them in a little bit with a special song from the artist that we're going to announce today. I'd like to recognize we have several members of the Tanger Center Board and the War Memorial Commission over the Coliseum attending today. I want to thank you, ask you if you'll stand for a moment. And thank you for all your work and dedication to the Coliseum and the Tanger Center. So we're very excited to gather today to make this major announcement. We have with us a number of local arts groups that are going to benefit from this. Those groups include the Greensboro Symphony Orchestra, the Greensboro Ballet, the North Carolina School of the Arts, and then Arts Greensboro. So today's announcement is really a collaboration between the Tanger Center and First Horizon Coliseum. The event we're going to announce today will play in First Horizon Coliseum, but we're down here today in the heart of the Arts District because this particular musician very much wants to uplift arts and contribute to arts as a whole throughout his career. So, without further ado, and to make the announcement, I'm going to bring up Mayor Nancy Vaughn.
Good morning. It is always so much fun when I get to make the announcement that Scott and OVG worked so hard to bring here. Thank you for allowing me to make the announcement. I do want to recognize my council colleagues, Tammy Thurm and Jamila Pinder. The rest of the council colleagues who aren't here are really going to miss it because this is an amazing announcement, and I think it's one that is kind of unexpected, but it's really going to put us on the map, and it shows the collaboration between the city of Greensboro and OVG and how well it is really working. This is a very exciting day for the city of Greensboro. This is just one of many announcements that we have made coming to the First Horizon Coliseum or the Tanger Center. So I am thrilled to announce a world-renowned, really a world-renowned, iconic artist who will be performing in Greensboro for the first time ever. If everyone will turn your attention to the screens. And we are going to welcome Andrea Bocelli to the Greensboro Coliseum. That is amazing, and I loved watching all your faces. I could tell some of you are grabbing your phones. You might be buying your tickets already. I'm not sure when they go on sale, but I don't think they're on sale today, so you could put those phones down. I hope that everybody is excited as I am for this announcement. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime announcement, and I know that we are going to have people from all over this region coming into Greensboro, staying in our hotels, eating in our restaurants to see this wonderful, iconic artist. He has sold over 90 million records worldwide. That is absolutely huge. And I think today's announcement is just another example of having the Oakview Group as the operators for both the Greensboro Coliseum and the Tanger Center. Their prominence and their position in the industry has helped us attract an artist of this caliber and many more to come. Thank you.
So I just want to reconfirm what everybody heard. Andrea Bocelli is going to play the First Horizon Coliseum on Sunday, October the 12th. So it's a very big day for the Coliseum. It's an international superstar. Some call him an international pop star. Many others regard him as an opera singer. But he has an incredible following from all across the world, and he's coming to our city to celebrate. The show will feature selections from Bocelli's extensive repertoire, including his uplifting solo album, Believe, a selection of arias, his beloved crossover hits, and famed love songs. Bringing Andrea Bocelli to Greensboro is something that we only could benefit from in First Horizon Coliseum because of the local arts groups that I announced earlier that are participating with us. And each of those arts groups is going to get an opportunity to sell some tickets and earn revenue related back to their arts organizations. So I'd like to bring to the podium Lisa Crawford with the Greensboro Symphony Orchestra to make some comments and introduce the musical selection.
Thank you, Scott. I'd also like to recognize some of the Symphony Board of Directors who are in attendance today, and thank you for joining us. If you could all stand. They're like, no. Thank you. We are so thrilled that the Greensboro Symphony is part of this remarkable event. We will have 70 of our musicians playing with them and over 100 members from our master chorale that will also participate in the concert. So bringing an international superstar like Andrea Bocelli to Greensboro is truly a special occasion. His performance with your city's own symphony highlights the world-class musical talent right here in our community. For me, Bocelli is the most successful crossover artist in classical music. He's collaborated with stars like Celine Dion and Ed Sheeran, and his inspiring journey from losing his sight at 12 by playing soccer to become a global icon resonates with millions. He has the ability to connect to a wide audience through his voice, and his story touches many people. So by attending this concert, you're not only enjoying an unforgettable performance, but also supporting the Greensboro Symphony and our local arts groups. Our musicians bring over 100,000 musical experience to our community each year. You can applause. Thank you. We are looking forward to our partnerships with the Tanger Center and the Coliseum to bring world-class artists to Greensboro and boost our local economy by putting beds in heads and seats in restaurants. And this is only the beginning, because we would like to position the Greensboro Symphony as one of the best crossover artists in the country by providing a wide array of musical artists from classical, pops, Broadway, gospel, hip-hop, and any other music that comes into our community. We want to be part of that. So I'd like to introduce our musicians that played before, and these are from our orchestra. This is Colleen Chanel on violin, Karen Collins on violin, Gregoria Madero on viola, who also plays violin, and Lee Ritchie for cello. Please give them a round of applause. And just to give you a little reflection on the importance of what our education programs do for this community, Karen Collins has a daughter. She was our concertmaster in our youth orchestra starting in the 6th grade, very talented, and now she is the first woman to be a concertmaster in a major orchestra in Greensboro, and that was from her upbringing here in Greensboro. So before we eat, and I'm pretty hungry, our musicians are going to play one more song for you, and this is the Andrea Bocelli classic, Time to Say Goodbye.
I don't know about you, but it gives me goosebumps, and it's exciting. And imagine what you're going to get on Sunday, October 12th, with the Greensboro Symphony Orchestra and the musical talents of Andrea Bocelli singing to that music. Really will resonate with our community. I did want to make a note that to give Lisa a kudos. She has been pursuing Andrea Bocelli for several years, just to play directly with the symphony. And she has communications, and when ultimately he decided to play the limited dates he's going to play, and they called, the promoter of the show said, I hear from Lisa Crawford all the time. I hope we can get this worked out, which we did, so congratulations.
Welcome to Strike and Flame, Greensboro's first candle bar. Come here for a date night, a girls' night, or just for a little you time and make your very own scent. Tiffany, what do you like about candles?
I just love fragrance in general. You know, the fact that fragrance creates a memory. So it's like if you go somewhere, you know, it kind of hits you in the face and you're like, oh, it can take you back. It's nostalgic. That's kind of what I love about fragrance.
Yeah, you're so right. Do you have like a favorite scent or something that like you connect with a memory of childhood or something?
I actually think I do. It's always like snickerdoodle for me, or anything sweet. It just kind of reminds me of my grandma being in the kitchen and making pie and things like that. So it takes me back.
And did you have candles around the house growing up?
Absolutely. We always had a candle. But our candles then looked a little different. They were not like in a vessel. They were just kind of like the votive candles, the tall ones that stood alone. So those were all the candles but I don't know, I fell in love with them. And also like blowing out a candle on birthdays.
Birthdays, and I feel like when I was a kid, we would always fight over who got to blow out the candle, right?
Yes, that takes you back.
When did you make your first candle?
So I made my first candle in 2014. It was kind of personal for me. I burnt candles all the time. I always burnt a Bath & Body Works candle. And then one day I was changing out a filter. The filter was extremely dirty. And that got me to thinking, because I'm like, why is this so dirty? I know that I just moved here not so long ago. What's going on with this filter? And I did a little research, and regular candles are paraffin. Paraffin is derived from petroleum, so essentially it feels like you're just breathing in gasoline. And at that time, in 2014, my son was small, and I was health conscious. And I was like, I love candles, so how can I not give this up? So I started doing a little research on what type of candles, what type of candle wax I could find. And I found soy wax. Could not purchase like soy wax candles in 2014, but I ended up finding a company that allowed me to make it. They were like, we can sell you the wax, but you're gonna have to make a candle. So that's how it started.
Wow. Okay, and then how did it turn into a business?
So it was literally my hobby, a hobby that turned into a business. I had no plans on ever becoming a business owner. I don't even have a background in business. You know, that wasn't my dream at the time, but just my hobby, my love for candles. My family loved the candles that I was making. I was really practicing, and everyone loved them. I would give them out as gifts for the holidays, birthdays, and everyone's like, this is really good. Like, where did you get this candle? And I'm like, I made it. So eventually, it just kind of turned into a business around 2018.
And now you help other people do it for fun.
I do. I bring this experience to other people so they can just enjoy it. And it's not about just candles or purchasing a candle. It's about creating an experience.
Okay, we're going to create a little experience. Let's come over here because you have picked out some of the most popular scents. And what are they?
So we have sage and rosemary, which is going to give you a little bit of earthiness. And then in the middle, we have amber musk, and then we have lemon on the end. So a little citrus. The lemon is a neutralizer, and amber musk is just the all-time favorite.
So when you come in, if you want to create your own candle, you can pick up to 3 scents, right?
Correct. So we want you at the wall, and at the wall, you're going to really pick out 9 because we want you to narrow them down. We're going to help you. We actually have scent specialists here who are just going to kind of guide you through the experience. You're going to mix and match because things that you typically would think go together probably will not. So we want you to go through your clipboard and just kind of pan out what is going to go.
Okay, so we picked these 3, and now what's next? What do we do next?
All right, so next you're just going to line those up inside of your tray, and you're going to start to fill up the jigger with those 3 fragrances. We're just going to start with my favorite. My favorite is rosemary, so I'm just going to fill my jigger up. Yes. fill my jigger up halfway with the rosemary because I want that to be my base. All right. And then we're going to kind of come in with the amber musk and the lemon. All right, can you smell it? All right. So just give it a little mix.
Are these oils?
Yes, they are fragrance oils, synthetic fragrance oils that are phthalate free, so there are no harmful chemicals in them. So we're gonna go ahead and come in with a little amber musk, and since rosemary is my favorite, I'm just gonna top it off with rosemary. All right, so now we're going to the mix. All right, I love it.
What's next?
So next we're gonna go pick out our vessel that we want to create the candle in. So we're over here at Vessel Valley. Vessel Valley is where you get to choose what matches your personality or your home decor. So we're just gonna go with clear today.
Okay.
All right. So we're just gonna fill up.
All right, we have the wax.
All right, so now we're just gonna pour our new mixture into our hot wax. You want to go quickly, quick little dump. All right, we're just gonna give this a little stir. All right, so now we're gonna grab our vessel and we're just gonna start to do a slow pour into the vessel. Okay. And we like to go slow so that we don't create any air bubbles or sinkholes in the wax. We always want our candles to burn evenly, straight across, so you can get the most of your wax.
Okay, so what do we do about the wicks?
So we have a little gadget that's going to stand the wicks up for us. All right, so now we're just going to place our wicks through the 2 outer holes on here and lock them in. And we're going to let this curate for 2 hours.
And then it's ready to go?
Yes, you can take it home. We have a new personalized candle that is a one-of-a-kind scent that was created by you.
You can even name it, right?
You can even name it. Yes, that's the most fun part.
So much fun. Okay, so do people come in individually, as parties? Like, what do you do here?
We do it all. Some days you have people who come in who want to do a self-care day. They just want to kind of get away and get out. But then we also have the team building experiences where companies want to come in and give back to their employees. So it's a time for bonding. It's a good date night. My favorite part is seeing some of our customers come in. Like, let's say we'll have the younger crowd come in and they'll do it with their friends, but then 2 weeks later I'll see that same person come in, but now it's with their grandmother. So it's like, it's perfect for everyone. It's just a good time.
All right, once you get it home, any tips for burning the candles?
Absolutely. So we always suggest that you burn your candles no longer than 4 hours, 4-hour increments. And after you burnt this wick, we all know what that looks like. It's kind of a burnt and a charred wick. What you want to do is always trim that little part down. Trim it down to about 1/4 of an inch before you relight it, because that's going to help with the longevity of the candle. It keeps the temperature low, and you're going to get the most out of your investment.
Strike and Flame Candle Bar is in Lawndale Shopping Center in Greensboro. You can find them online and make an appointment by going to strikeflame.com. And definitely you're going to want to follow them on social media at Strike Flame Candles. January 2025 marks the opening of 3 brand new Guilford County schools. The first we got to visit, Peck, an expeditionary learning school. Principal, what is an expeditionary school?
So there was a partnership between Harvard Graduate School of Education and Outward Bound. I think more people are probably familiar with Outward Bound than what the Harvard Graduate School of Education is about. What Outward Bound talks about is this notion of crew. It doesn't matter if one person makes it up the mountain, right? It really matters that everybody collaboratively works together, because if one student is successful, one person is successful, we're all successful. Expeditionary learning is what we use to make sure that the community knows that we are going to be engaging in expeditions. We focus on crew, we focus on collaborative learning, and really students being leaders of their own learning. So the fact the voters got it right when they gave us the bond dollars so that, our students can be in a space like this, but also to see all of those faces in the crowd, knowing that people help make that possible. It's really remarkable.
This has long been a neighborhood school, but now it's growing. It's going to be a magnet school, and students from all over the county will have the opportunity to go here. How does that change this community?
Really now when people drive by and when students walk our halls, it's really a testament to the investment that our community community is made. So I think there's a lot of joy and pride. There was a lot of nostalgia with the old school, but when you walk these halls and you see what the community believes kids can be and what our schools and our future and our community can be, it's just a really beautiful thing.
Going from K-5 to K-8, growing one grade every year. And how many students now and how many students will this school at one day hold?
So right now we have about 650 students, and every year we'll probably add at least another couple classes of students. And so, every year we're going to continue to build, and there's some beautiful spaces that we are not utilizing yet because we've earmarked those for our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And so it's just really neat to see, and just the joy and enthusiasm. And I love the energy that middle school students bring, and so we're excited to welcome our 6th graders this fall.
It definitely changes. We'll be the first K-8 school in Guilford County School.
We're really excited about it, and just the thought and process going into the build and the design, and really just making sure that we include our middle school students. That middle school transition is really, really hard. So I just believe in the power of a K-8 school and what that means for students.
All right, Miss Pierre, is this your room?
This is my room.
It's so beautiful.
Thank you.
You have all this flexible seating, different kinds of seating.
This is my little library area.
Oh, what is your favorite thing about this new school?
My favorite thing about this new school is just the size of the classroom and just the flexible seating, because children learn at different pace and different styles, and this allows them to be themselves and learn.
Kendall and Marcelio, tell me about what you like about this new school.
What I like about the new school, I like everything about it, but my most favorite part is the classroom and the garage door. Seeing the basketball gyms was really fun, because knowing I'm a sportsman myself.
Okay, what about you, Marcelio?
I like about almost everything, especially like the downstairs part. It got that tree house where you can just sit and chill. And I like pretty much the classrooms and the big gym.
All right, so we're in the 5th grade hall. This looks a lot different from the 1st and 2nd grade hall.
Up here we have more of a common area that we utilize for our students to study and do group work. We also use this as our lunch area. This is more laid out. I think they get more of a college feel, I think. Sort of like UNCG or A&T, where they can come out here and get ready for middle school.
And I noticed in between the classrooms, their walls, they look like these walls can move.
The way the building is designed in our classrooms, we can actually open these up so that we can collaborate and do some joint teaching and co-teaching throughout the year. And we can close them off if we want to have some more isolated teaching, but that's definitely for collaboration, which is another different aspect of expeditionary learning here.
One of Guilford County Schools' most popular magnet programs, Brooks Global Elementary, now has a new building. Welcome to the new Brooks Global Studies. Zoe, tell me about Brooks Global.
We study international. We have passport every month, and we study consonants all over the world for each grade level.
Tell me about your new school.
Our school is big and huge and fun.
What do you like about it?
I like the classroom and the music room.
What makes this school so special?
That we get to have bigger space areas to play in, and we don't have to cluster everything and getting to pick things up at one thing at a time.
What does it mean to be a global studies school?
We do a lot of various activities to help infuse our study of the globe. And so every grade level studies a different continent, beginning in kindergarten, so that by the time they graduate, they have studied every single continent. We have Spanish instruction, K-5. Our kindergarten through 3rd graders get it twice a week. We have an international festival at the end of the year. And then we infuse work around the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals into as many of our literacy units as we can.
How is this new school going to really support learning for Brooks students?
In every grade level, they have a collaborative space. They're called our Global Learning Labs. There's windows so that they're visible to teachers, and teachers can have students go into those spaces to collaborate, to problem solve, to do their work. And so rather than being confined to the 4 walls of the classroom, now we have more movement, more space. We also have this amazing gym that we haven't had before, so now our students in PE can move in a larger space. We have a very large art classroom, so students can go into the art classroom to be creative. Our music classroom is amazing. And then on the other side of these walls, we have a performance commons area. We're having an author come soon, and so students can go into the performance commons area to hear from the author.
This is a lot of work to do this, especially in the middle of a school year. How is it really helpful to teachers and staff, and what does it mean to them to be in this new facility?
Our teachers are very excited. It was wonderful to do a lot of purging and being reflective on what is it we really need and use every day. And so that was really helpful to get into this space. Our teachers have created beautiful spaces within their new classrooms. And so there's a really great energy in the building.
Do you have a favorite thing about this brand new school?
I don't know if I can name a favorite thing. My favorite thing is the reaction the students. So seeing them come in when we had our open house in December and their faces lighting up and looking around, being amazed at every space they've gone into, that would be my favorite.
Welcome to Faust Elementary, Guilford County Schools' first Gaming and Robotics Academy. What does it mean to be a gaming and robotics school?
So gaming and robotics is very exciting. Not only have our students grown up in this technology age, but we also look at the fact that with gaming, our students know how to play video games, but do they know how to design the video games? And do they understand all of the pieces that go into game design? So when you think about the coding, when you think about graphic design, 2D, 3D animation, when you think about how music helped bring the game to life, even the narrative writing, that a lot of games have a story element. So how do you tell a compelling story? And so our students are going to learn all of those integral parts as a part of their experience here at Faust. And even with robotics, learning how to code robots, how to design robots, what the engineer design process looks like. And so we want to infuse those things, not just within the classroom, but even outside of the classroom as well.
And so you're infusing these things into the math curriculum, into the reading, the science, the social studies?
Yes, so this year we have focused on integrating in math and science. And so as a part of our plans for next year, we're going to look at how to infuse it in our ELA instruction so students still get the same amount of instructional time as other schools across the district. And so looking at even with the new science standards, they really call for more hands-on learning for students and carry out investigations. So, this work lends itself very well even to the new science standards that we have across the state.
What do you like best about your new school?
The thing I like best is there is a second story and they're color sorted on what grade you're in.
What do you like best about your new school?
I like math, and this school is pretty calm for me, and I like it a lot.
I like everything about this school, the first floor, the second floor, everything.
I know that kids can get excited about this when they just hear the name of the school, right? Gaming and robotics. What makes parents excited about this?
I think for what we've kind of seen so far, parents are very excited that the fact that their child is going to be well positioned to be in this new global economy and really kind of help shape this new global economy. But students are also going to learn skills at the elementary level that they're going to have an opportunity to build upon in middle school and high school, and they're going to be well positioned to take advantage of these lucrative jobs that's out there as it relates to coding and design and fintech engineers and all of those kind of things as well. Even when you think about what industries are looking for in terms of those 21st century skills, because you may be good with graphic design, I may be someone that's good with storytelling, but how do we put our skills together to create this great product in terms of a video game and just robotics and those different kind of things as well.
This is, of course, a new concept for Guilford County Schools, and you're in a brand new building, and we can see why you needed it for sure, but what has it really meant in practice?
Being in a building where we have a state-of-the-art gaming lab, that we can do esports, we're going to have advanced computers, having even an outside area out here where students can practice programming and flying drones. Just imagine what the possibilities could entail and all of the magic that we're going to create here every day for our students. I think what excites me the most is the fact that our students are going to get something that's so innovative, and no other elementary school in the nation is doing this work as a part of our core instruction. And so just thinking about how students are going to have the world open up to them and all of the possibilities, and the fact that we have a very dedicated staff who have rolled up their sleeves and ready to jump in and do the work. And so we're thinking about how to pace ourselves as well, that we can't do it all in 1 year, but we're pacing ourselves and really trying to figure out what we prioritize each year. So when we get to that final product, we can look back and say we did a great job for our students.
You don't have to be a coding genius or even have any experience to keep up with what's going on as far as construction projects at Guilford County Schools. Just go to gcsnc.com. A new piece of public art stands at the heart of the Cone Health campus. Choros is a giant heart that stands between the Heart and Vascular Center and the Women's and Children's Center. Cheryl, I think you have the best job in Greensboro.
I probably do. I have been able to work in public art since 1984, back when you were in probably 5th grade. I don't know. But I've been able to work with artists and putting in sculptures and murals and mosaics for the public.
So how does a piece like the one behind you start and actually come to fruition?
Well, we kind of have this group that keeps eyes out for good places to put art. Our last project was in front of the Science Center, and we worked with them and worked with the community. In this particular instance, I was talking with somebody from Cone Health and their philanthropy, and they're like, we've got this plaza that has nothing in it. It's a grassy plot, and it's right in between this brand new Women's and Children's Hospital and the Heart and Vascular. And wouldn't it be cool? And so I was like, this is a great idea. We want it to be in a public place. We want it to be accessible to everybody. So we started working, and in January of 2022, we put out what we call an RFQ, or Request for Qualifications. And 157 artists from around the nation sent in their information. We have a whole process of culling down the group and then to the final 3. The final 3 came, visited the site, and did presentations, not about what they were going to do, but about how they would approach this project. Cliff Garden, an artist from Venice, California, was selected. Cliff has done pieces all around the nation and the world, and he came in, visited Greensboro. I made him learn everything about Greensboro, whether he wanted to or not, but gave him information, and then he spent a couple days at the hospital. He met with a group of nurses, he met with hospitalists, he met with some doctors, he even talked to people going in and out. He went back to his studio, and this is his design. And he was worried because sometimes hearts can be a little cliche. Right. But he said that this particular spot needed it. Right. The heart is the symbol for these brand new heartbeats that are starting over here and taking care of hearts that have been around forever. People have said, oh, it's a broken heart, but to me, it's a heart that's coming together. It's an open heart. It's the future and the past coming together, and I am very excited that it's here.
It's also the heart of the campus, of the Cone Health campus.
Yes, it's heart of the campus, and you can see it driving down Elm Street at night or during the day. I'm like, there it is, there it is.
And it will be lit.
It'll be lit at night, kind of changing tones from pinks and purples, something soft that it kind of radiates.
What is your favorite part about it? What do you love most?
It's the right size for a person to come up without feeling intimidated. It's the right size of somebody looking out the window saying, there's a heart out there. So I think just the feel that it has, like it was meant to be, is what makes it so special to me.
Ruth, why so much art here at Cone Health?
Our philanthropy team has put together a whole group of people, donors, and partner with the community to develop environments of healing, right? That's what we're about. Healing, hope, wellness, and we want to really have our patients come into those environments, and art is a huge part of that.
Why this piece? Why do you think it fits so well in this particular spot?
Sure. We commissioned an artist, and he interviewed the team, the physicians, the whole community from our Women's and Children's Center and our Heart and Vascular Service Line team. And he did all these interviews, and what he came up with was just this beautiful sculpture of a heart. Obviously, Heart and Vascular Service Line, we treat heart and vascular problems, patients that come to us that need treatment. But then we also are helping women give birth. And so new life, and so the heart is the center of all that. So it really brought these two teams together, what we do here in this spot together beautifully.
What do you hope that patients or family or visitors, when they drive by or look out their windows, what do you hope they think when they see this?
Hope and healing and beauty, and that their team that surrounds them are putting them at the center of what they do. And love, we all exhibit love. We're so passionate about what we do. We help people when they're having acute cardiac issues. We help them when they're about to give birth. And that whole team has so much love, and I hope that the patients are feeling that when they're here.
Since I have you here, I have to ask you, how is Cone Health growing? What can we expect next?
Oh, right. Well, we have right across the street there's a great heart and vascular center that's going to be opening next spring. We're really excited about that. It's an outpatient center that's going to it's going to bring 4 or 5 of our practices from all across Greensboro in one place. So it's sort of a one-stop shop for heart and vascular patients. We're really excited about that.
Choros is visible from entrance C of Cone Health Hospital off Northwood Avenue, and at night it will be lit, so even just driving by you'll be able to see its beauty. There's a new name for hockey in Greensboro. Say hello to the Gargoyles. Andy, what do you think about the Gargoyles?
Oh man, just over the moon. My inner gargoyle was ready to fly high all day. I had a hard time not saying it all day. I'm glad we made it to tonight, but special night. Huge thank you to the community for bringing that suggestion to us. I mean, this is Greensboro's team, and they have named it, and I thought they nailed it. I love it.
Yeah. So how did the name get to the team?
Yeah, so we had a couple thousand submissions from the community for various team names. And this was one of the leaders, and just instantly connected. So again, I thought it crushed it, and again, we're excited to see those uniforms and name eventually our NHL affiliate and first player signing, mascot. We got a lot more celebrations to come. This is just the first.
There is a lot to come. I don't know of any other Gargoyles in the whole country. Have you ever heard of a team with a gargoyle?
No, and you know what's funny? Because we hadn't either, and once it was established that this is what it was going to be, we're like, we can't believe that there's never been a team named the Gargoyles.
Right.
So kudos to Greensboro. Again, this is I think it's going to be a legendary name for generations to come, and Greensboro did it. So
It's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so let's just talk about the season really quickly. When does it start? How many games? What can we look forward to?
for sure. So we'll start mid-October, 36 home games, 72 whole games, and of course the playoffs, please. So again, we're committed to winning on and off the ice. So provided we win on the ice as expected, but playoffs would be April, May, hopefully June. That would mean you're in the finals.
And we know Greensboro is home to some record-breaking crowds for not only hockey, but lots of other events. What are your predictions for this new team?
Yeah, I'm willing to say we're going to be among the leaders, if not the leader in attendance in the league. And I already told my wife, we got to break the record by at least one. So if there's no more seats and she needs to sit on my lap or I sit on her lap, whatever we got to do, we're going to break that record with the Gargoyles.
All right, Keaton, so what do you think about the Gargoyles?
I think it's a nice team, and I think that it was a good pick for the team name.
Yeah, I think so too. Do you like hockey?
Kinda. My dad plays hockey, and my dad's brother.
All right, Ashley, what brought you here tonight?
Hockey, of course. I'm excited. It's easier to come here than it is Raleigh, and hockey's back in Greensboro. Let's go.
When did you first start to love hockey?
Probably when it was like the Mighty Ducks, like D2, like back in the day, like in the 90s, and then when the Canes first started playing in Greensboro, and then, it just kind of, my love for sports kind of fell into place there as well.
All right, JJ, what is in a name?
Oh, man, you're hoping that when you pick a name, right, you can grab the essence of the city and the type of team that you want to give to the fans, right? And so we kind of cheat, right? We ask Greensboro, we ask the fans, we ask the community, what do you want the team to be? And we're really excited about it. You could hear the buzz kind of growing before the name was even shown on the screen, right? You could feel the buzz just by the promo video, who we are. We're really excited about the Gargoyle name. The fans are too. We couldn't be more excited about this.
All right, tell me about your connection to hockey.
So, as a kid growing up, one of my earliest memories was going to Phoenix Roadrunner games. They were the AHL affiliate of the LA Kings, and I didn't know much about hockey. I'm from Arizona, so it's desert and what is ice and that whole thing. But I've always been a huge sports fan, played everything, done everything. And then within the last couple of years, got connected here with Zoyer, minor league hockey in a number of different markets, some baseball. And we just keep growing. I love sports. My wife loves sports, our kids, and we've always just kind of said, hey, anything that we can do to be a part of, to bring more sports to the Carolinas, we want to be a part of it. Greensboro is a fantastic location.
And so when you saw this crowd here tonight, what did that do for you?
I was blown away. Like, I was sitting up there and I was like, I'm legitimately nervous right now. We've done a couple of these since I've kind of joined, and they've been smaller events. Maybe you're talking, but maybe it's just to media, and all of a sudden you look out here, and I don't know what the official number is, but the salesman in me wants to say there's thousands of people here, right? And there really is, and that's really, really cool. It makes you more excited, puts a little pressure on us. Like, we want to deliver not only great hockey, but we want to be a part of this community. We want to give back to the community. Just even my time with the Panthers in Charlotte, so much of pro sports is being connected with the community. And so a great opportunity for us to do that and hopefully give this city a winning hockey team and someone they can be very proud of.
And a winning experience for families, for sure.
Absolutely. My wife and I, we take our kids all the time in Charlotte. We're going to be coming up here to a bunch of games. It's fun. Hockey is probably the best sport to watch live. Like, I'm not supposed to say that because I play football, but like, it's fun, it's fast-paced, It's great for families. We're thrilled.
Rep the Gargoyles and get your season tickets now at gargoyleshockey.com. Kids climbing up your walls, or maybe kids have you climbing the walls of your house, you have to check out Ruckus Climbing Gym. It's a brand new full-service workout center with a fitness room, classes, and of course, lots and lots of climbing. So, John, when was the first time you climbed something, anything?
Oh, anything as a kid, like everybody else, right? All kids get into that stuff, right? But outdoor climbing probably when I was 18, up in the mountains near Brevard. So Looking Glass Rock was the first traditional outdoor climb I did.
And then you kind of took some time off from it, but then you had a little girl who you suddenly noticed had a knack for climbing.
Had a knack for it. Loved to get up anything, no matter what we told her. It was just always climbing things. So yeah, we took her to climbing gym, and then she loved it.
Okay, so tell us about what you've created. What is Ruckus Climbing Gym?
So Ruckus Climbing Gym is a 13,000 square foot gym that basically has bouldering, top rope, lead climbing, all disciplines of climbing. And we wanted to make a focus for climbers of any age, any level, any skill set. You can come in here and have never climbed in your life. We've got everything that you need, shoes, harnesses, ropes, and we've got some routes that you could climb up, and you could get up to 40 feet high.
On your first day.
On your very first day, which is pretty wild for a lot of people, right?
So let's talk first about this wall right here. Let's walk over here. Tell us, what kind of climbing is this?
So this is considered ropes climbing, but it's an auto-belay, so you can come in here by yourself and hook into a harness, and this particular device will actually retract with you as you climb, and so it's always nice and tight, and if you fall and drop off the route, it'll catch you and lower you to the ground very, very gently. The neat thing about auto-belays is that traditional ropes climbing involves a belayer and a climber, so always two people, but you can show up. We have 9 auto-belays, and you can come in by yourself and just go up and down whatever routes you want, and you don't have to worry about it if your friends can make it that day or not. So
yeah, and if they're trustworthy, to do the belaying,
protecting your life, right?
How high is this?
So these go up to 30 feet, and for insurance purposes, we try to cap it at that. These will go up to 40, but 30 feet's a pretty good climb there, and a lot of these are for beginner routes too on the other side. So.
And what do you do when you get to the top?
What you do is you basically grab on and just sit down in your harness, and it just lowers you nice and slow to the ground.
And you say, I did it.
So my daughter always does like the little crank, when she gets to the top of something. So yeah.
Okay, let's keep walking around. Okay, so let's walk back here. This is a little taller back here.
It is. So it gets up to basically 41 feet in this corner over here. Our walls top at 42. But this is essentially traditional top row belay climbing. So this is where you have a partner. They have a harness and a belay device. You're roped in as the climber, and they're keeping that rope nice and tight as you go up. And then whenever you want to come down, they just lower you down gently. And this is a social type event when you're doing, things with partners and stuff like that. This is essentially what you'd see outside, just without all the colors and all that.
And let's talk about the colors a little bit. So is it black, red, gray, blue, green, yellow? What do those all mean?
So basically, each route that we design, you would climb only on that color.
Okay.
And if you look at your tags at the bottom of each of these routes, you've got different grades. And so these will start at 5.6 and go all the way up to 513. The higher that second number, then the more difficult the route is. Okay. And so if you're a beginner, nobody's going to care if you're, climbing on multiple colors. But as you get more serious and more into it, you want to stick to the color that you're starting, and that's basically your climb, your route. Yeah.
Let's swing over here to this wall over here. And you were telling me earlier, this is what we might see in the Olympics, right?
Absolutely. So this is basically lead climb. They're going to call it sport climbing in the Olympics. You don't have a rope at the top. You start with a rope at your harness. As you climb in, you clip into each of these clips as you get higher and higher up, right? When you get to the very top, you clip into the very top there, and you just lower back down. But this is a little bit more discipline. It takes more experience. It takes a lot more stamina. It's insane how much harder it is when you're climbing and then you're having to pull a rope up and clip into that, and you're hanging on with one other hand. It's really difficult. So these tend to be your most intense, hardest climbs.
Okay, we talked about the blaze. We talked about all the safety. Talk about the floors here.
So this is a 6-inch pad on the floor on the top rope side. So this is going to break your fall if you come maybe from like 6, 7, 8 feet. Our bouldering walls have 12-inch pads, and so they're designed to take a fall from about 14 feet, really. And so just absorbs and keeps anybody from getting injured when they come down.
What is most fun to you about this gym?
I feel like it's like a fountain of youth. It just brings out this youth energy in me, and I see it in everybody else, that when you get up something you've been trying to get up for, a couple tries, it's just the most rewarding feeling in the world. You can feel it in your arms and your legs. It's a proper workout, and it's just fun.
All right, Diamond, tell us what he's doing.
So right now he's just lead climbing. Essentially what that means is the rope starts from the bottom and goes up with him. It's the type of climbing you find most common outside. It's also called sport climbing. This is the type of climbing that you're going to be seeing at the Olympics as well.
So if he fell, would he only go as far as one of these where you just clipped in?
So essentially any type of fall he takes.
14th, 2025 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. I do need a motion to return into open session. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 8-0. I also need a motion to excuse Councilwoman Thurm.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Abuzuater, seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? And that passes 8-0. We will begin tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Ms. Binder, would you lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please silence any and all electronic devices. If you must make or receive a phone call, kindly do so from outside the council chamber. The City of Greensboro strongly encourages residents' input at our meetings. It is the goal of the City Council that the Katie Dorset Council Chamber is a welcoming and safe space for all community members. In order to speak at tonight's meeting, individuals must sign up to speak by 6 p.m. If you signed up to speak online, you must let the courier know that you are in attendance. Speakers may address specific consent or business agenda items with 3 minutes allocated for their remarks. For zoning matters, there is a 15-minute presentation time for both proponents and opponents of the rezoning and a 5-minute rebuttal. Speakers cannot relinquish their time to others, and the speaker's order is determined by the presiding officer. Depending on the number of speakers, council may adjust the time allocated for each person. Any handouts must be given to the courier for distribution. Speakers are expected to follow the rules of decorum. Any inappropriate behavior may result in removal from the meeting. Such removal will lead to an immediate 3-month suspension from in-person participation. In cases of physical altercations, suspension period extends to 12 months and criminal charges may apply. Virtual participation via Zoom remains an option to preserve those who have been removed for the right to free speech. Zoom participants shall not speak until they are called upon. By statute, council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest or if they serve on the board of a nonprofit receiving money from the city on a specific item. All votes will be moved and seconded, and the presiding officer will announce the vote total. We do have a consent agenda for items G1 through G27, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what is believed to be routine and non-controversial. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the next business meeting agenda. Tonight's meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of the meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. I do have a request. The applicant for item H13, a public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning 4401 Rehoboth Church Road, Mark Isaacson, on behalf of Tufik Saman and Saman Brothers Holdings, LLC, has asked for a continuance to the May 20th meeting of the City Council. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. All in favor? That passes 8-0. We are now moving on to our consent agenda, which are items G1 through G27. We have a motion to move the consent agenda by Mrs. Hoffman. Second.
I would like to move an item. I would like to remove an item, G17, for the purpose of voting no.
Okay. If we will remove 17, we'll take that one separately. Council, please vote on the consent agenda minus G17.
Mayor Vaughn.
And that passes 8-0. G17 is a resolution authorizing a change order in the amount of $140,000 for contract 2015-1040 TIP U5532E with Atlantic Contracting Company for the General Sidewalk Improvement Project. Do I have a motion and a second? Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Ms. Pinder. Council, please vote.
I'm also voting no because it's a contract from 2015. And so I'm asking the city manager, how long is contracts? Are they 6 and 7 and 10 years? I thought they were only supposed to be 3 to 5.
So how long were the contracts?
How long? This contract has a date of 2015,
Okay.
and we're in 2025.
I can get someone here from transportation to assist us to navigate through that.
Because we just keep adding change order after change order after change order, extending the contract.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a vote screen? And that passes 7-1. We'll now move on to the public hearing portion of our agenda. Again, if you signed up to speak online this evening, please let the courier know that you are in attendance. There are a number of people who signed up online, but I don't think have let the courier know they're here. Item H1 and H2. H1 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 1872 Andrews Farm Road, 12.512 acres, Duke Energy Carolinas, LLC. And item H2, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 1872 Andrews Farm Road, Duke Energy Carolinas, LLC. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is for annexation and original zoning for this property from County AG Agricultural to City CDR3 Conditional District Residential Single Family. North and south of this request is currently zoned County AG Agricultural. East of the request is zoned County AG and County RS40, which is residential single family. West of the request is County AG as well as County AG with a special use permit. The subject property is currently undeveloped. North, east, and south of the request are single-family dwellings and undeveloped land, and west of the request are a combination of single-family dwellings, agricultural land, and undeveloped land. The property is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and designated as exurban in our future built form map. If this property is annexed into the city, that designation would change to urban general. There is one condition that is associated with this request, as you see on your screen. In recommending approval of the request, staff notes that this does support the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the proposed request as condition allows the addition of a public utility at this location that will facilitate existing and future residential development in the surrounding area. This item was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their March 17th meeting, was unanimously recommended approval on both the annexation and original zoning. There were 2 speakers in favor at that hearing and none in opposition. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Okay. We do have a speaker on this item, Mike Fox. And it looks like Kim Craven.
I think those are all my witnesses, which are not necessary depending upon if you have questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Fox. My address is 400 Belmead Street, Suite 800 here in Greensboro. And I am here tonight representing Duke Energy in this request. Since I do not believe there's anybody here to speak against, and we have staff recommendation, and we got unanimous approval at Planning Board, I plan to be very brief. And but when I answer your questions, we have, I think, about 4 engineers here. If you have any question about anything.
Mr. Fox, why don't you just tell us why Duke Energy needs this so the public knows?
Absolutely. If I may, can I put something on this?
Thank you.
While he's getting that ready, I can summarize the map I'm about to show you. Shows that within the, within the last 4 years, the city has annexed and zoned 6 new residential developments within a 4-mile radius, totaling about 3,500 new housing units, which kudos to you. That's what we need for all the job growth that we've had. But it also puts a strain on the infrastructure there. And Duke already has 2 substations. Both are close to or near capacity. So in order to support not only this new residential subdivisions, but you also see they're very near Rock Creek, which there's industrial facilities there as well. This is really a critical need that they've identified. And you can see on there the site that's located. It's sort of in the middle of all of this new development that is to come.
Any questions for Mr. Fox?
I believe essentially what you're saying is they're going to run out of electricity out there if they don't build this.
Absolutely. They would not be able to provide the services for all the new homes. Plus, adding this Station 2 gives them resilience and redundancy in the event that there's a problem with one station, then all the existing homes out there, have another option. So it makes the energy more reliable for even the residents that are there now.
Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. Council, please vote. The next will require a statement of consistency.
Move the item.
Moved by, second one. H1 carries 8-0. Motion for H2 by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston.
This is the first one, easy. The Greensboro City Council believes this action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 1872 Andrews Farm Road from County AG Agricultural to City CD R3 Conditional District Residential Single Family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan Future Built Form Map and Future Land Use Map. The proposed City CDR3 zoning district as conditioned permits uses that fit the content of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we're moving on to item H3, which is a public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning 1201 Pisgah Church Road, William Johnson Jr. This item was postponed from the March 18th, 2025 City Council meeting without further advertising. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is a rezoning from R3 residential single family to conditional district residential multifamily 12. North of this request is currently zoned R3 with CDRM8 conditional district residential multifamily located further to the northwest. East, south, and west requests are also zoned R3 residential single family. The subject property is currently undeveloped. North of the request are single family dwellings with multifamily dwellings located further to the northwest. east, south, and west of the request are single-family dwellings. This property is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map of the comprehensive plan. These are the 4 conditions that are offered by the applicant and were advertised as part of the hearing this evening. In recommending approval of the request, staff notes that this does support the comprehensive plan's filling in our framework goal to range land uses for a more vibrant and livable Greensboro, and the Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices. The proposed CDRM-12 zoning district as conditioned does allow uses that are compatible with the surrounding area and are appropriate given its location at the intersection of 2 thoroughfares. This item was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their February 17th meeting and was approved. There were 3 speakers in favor of the request and 6 in opposition at that hearing. The item was subsequently appealed to the City Council, and that's what brings it before the Council this evening. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Okay, I do have a number of speakers, both for and against, signed up, but Peter Grantham, you have not said if you are in favor or opposed. In favor? We will start with those in favor, and I know that the applicant, B.J. Johnson, if you want to start off the presentation, and I will also call on the others, Peter Grantham, Pauline Johnson, Crystal Black, Cheryl McIver, and Keith Peterson, and Nick Blackwood. And I believe we have one person on Zoom, Jason Hicks. There is a total of 15 minutes, and certainly we will defer to the applicant. Those of you wishing to speak, please go to the window side of the room.
All right. Well, Mayor, thank you for this opportunity. Members of the City Council, grateful for this opportunity to present my project to you all. I'm B.J. Johnson. I live at 2406 North Elm Street here in Greensboro, and we're proposing to rezone 1201 Pisgah Church Road from RM3 to RM12. City Council, you have done an amazing job of positioning Greensboro for the future. As we've seen here on the slide, from Boom Supersonic to Toyota to the Tanger Center to all the things that are going on downtown Greensboro, Greensboro is entering into a golden age, which I'm really excited to be a part of. Over $14 billion of investment, over 6,000 jobs are coming to the area and more. This is an exciting time to be a part of Greensboro. Our project on 0.86 acres of land at the corner of Pisgah Church and Willoughby Drive, we're seeking the RM12 zoning. It will allow us 10 units, but we're limiting ourselves to 8 units in response to some community input, as well as talking with a number of people, stakeholders throughout the area. Our proposal will have high-end luxury, modern luxury villas, similar in scope and scale to our project at 2400 North Elm Street. Our goal for this project is to have a compelling development transition that enhances an iconic neighborhood. New Irving Park speaks for itself. There are many that want to be there, and for good reason, because of where it's positioned, as well as just the history and the beauty of the neighborhood. We're at the corner at the entrance of New Irving Park, and we believe this project will provide a great transition into the neighborhood. To me, the density of Greensboro is a key topic, and we believe that creative density will be the key to Greensboro's future. We do believe that this is directly in line with the Greensboro 2040 plan. It's going to drive economic growth by expanding the housing choices for both professionals as well as potentially for retirees that might want to live in New Irving Park but might not want the scale of the homes that they currently have. We'll have an enhancement of the quality of life by the designs and amenities that we'll provide within the project. We're going to have a great efficiency of land use there. We're going to create a beautiful green space and an environmentally appeasing project there at the corner. This project directly addresses the need for more infill so that growth is not happening outside the city, but growth can happen within the city limits. It will definitely strengthen the tax base for the city, but also enhance the values of the neighborhood. And it directly supports the initiative of Greensboro's 10,000 new homes plan. It's an ambitious initiative, but we believe this project and projects like this will enhance that goal for getting there. 1201 Pisgah Church is the perfect intersection of both housing diversity, responsible infill, as well as the economic benefits. As covered already, we believe that this project will definitely enhance not only the neighborhood, but also help the Greensboro achieve its goals as well. So this is the part I'm most excited about because the process works. We initially began our process on January 3rd with our technical review committee for sketch plan. We got some great feedback there. We had our initial neighborhood meeting on February 2nd, where we had people both in person as well as on Zoom to be able to present these plans to the neighborhood. On February 17th instead of 18th, we had our Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, for which the Zoning Committee passed 8-1. And from there, as already mentioned, the process was appealed on March 18th. We asked for a continuance of the hearing just because we felt there was a need for more neighborhood feedback. In response to that, we held a follow-up neighborhood meeting at Craft Center on March 29th that was attended. And also, I was able to attend virtually. I was out of town, not able to be in person for the April 5th meeting that the neighborhood scheduled at Lewis Recreation Center. Because of this community engagement, our project is in a much better place. We started off with the initial plans that we sent to technical review, the sketch plan, and got the feedback. And then through engagement with the neighbors, we had to adjust the plans because the neighborhood made sense. There was not a need for 8 driveways onto Willoughby. So we had to adjust our plans, took that out, and we believe the project is positioned now in a much better place. And I don't know if it gets to there without the community engagement that we were able to have. So this is our plan. We have 8 units here on the corner of Pisgah Church and Willoughby. Again, modern luxury villas. We condition ourselves to ensure that there's safety is our utmost concern. So we're limiting ourselves to 2 driveways only on Willoughby, no access on Pisgah Church. And we do believe that it's important for us in terms of maintaining the character of the neighborhood. So the landscaping and sidewalks, all those things will help enhance that corner and provide a great and compelling transition into the neighborhood. The other conditions that we have are we're committed to providing high-level materials, high-quality materials, as well as already mentioned those 2 access points. Again, our goal here is to enhance the neighborhood and not do anything that would take away from an unbelievable neighborhood at New Irving Park. We'll be able to do this in a responsible way by maintaining, even though there is a stream not adjacent to our property, but one over, we'll be able to address some of those issues with hopefully the work of the city to make sure that that corner environmentally is sound, as well as working with the technical review to make sure that that corner stays as safe as possible. One thing that we're excited about, again, that came from directly with the community engagement, was the need for some residents of New Irving Park that desire to stay within New Irving Park but don't have a newer property that they could downsize into. And we do believe, just again by the neighborhood engagement and feedback, that this project will be able to address some of those issues and provide an outstanding opportunity for people to stay in New Irving Park, but be able to have a smaller footprint for which they would be really proud of. Again, Greensboro is on the rise. I travel frequently with work, and I really knew that Greensboro is really growing. On a flight from Denver to Greensboro, direct flight, they were asking people to give up their seats. Greensboro is growing, and there's nothing that we can do to stop that growth. Again, because of the work that the City Council has done, this is a place that people want to be, which is exciting. But it's going to take creativity in terms of the density that is going to be required to allow the city to continue to grow. A couple of projects I think are worth looking at that have done a great job with this, some older, some newer. Philadelphia Lake Court. I love driving up Elm Street. You don't really know you get there that the property's there until you get right up on it. So they've done a great job of landscaping, but it's on a busy thoroughfare, but tucked away. And then landscaping has been amazing there. Hayden Park. I know there was a lot of opposition there at the corner of Friendly and Avondale. But again, the project is in the works, and I think that's an example of the creative density that Greensboro is going to need moving forward. Willoughby Inn, right across the street from the proposed lot. Again, there were a lot of challenges with the site and things like that, but it's a well-planned multifamily development that is right there within walking distance across the street from our proposed development. And then our project at the Emory at North Elm, again, There were a lot of opposition toward that project and wondering how it could be done, but we do believe wholeheartedly that it has enhanced that corner and provided more quality infill for the city of Greensboro. Again, as already mentioned, we're limiting ourselves to 8 units. This is directly from community input. Those 2 driveways we talked about, no access point on Pisgah Church. And again, just even driving by there constantly and being there, I see people constantly walking on the streets. I don't feel that is safe. So providing a sidewalk where they're not turning right onto Willoughby from Pisgah Church, there'll be a place to walk. And it'll be a beautiful place to walk, but especially by the way that we'll take care of the landscaping there on property. We've already mentioned the tax benefits and economic benefits of a property like this will have. But in engagement with the community, we've kind of come to 3 options for all the conversations we've had. The proposal was one, maybe the neighbors in New Urban Park buys back the space and donates it as green space to the city. While again, it will keep the corner beautiful, I don't believe this is efficient use of land. And I don't believe it's in line with Greensboro's 2040 plan. Yes, it would enhance the character of the neighborhood because the people have done an amazing job of maintaining that corner over many, many years. But again, Greensboro is growing and there's a need for more infill development. It's currently zoned for 2 single-family homes. And while this, it would kind of walk toward the ambitious goals of the 10,000 and the 2040 plan, we need higher density development to be able to accomplish these ambitious goals. We would do a great job in terms of maintaining the character of the neighborhood. But again, only 2 single-family homes to me is not an efficient use of land based upon the infrastructure that has already been in place for the city. That's why I do believe wholeheartedly that this RM12 zoning checks all the boxes with efficient land use, which I believe is the commitment of the City Council. It's in line with the 2040 plan. Again, we will do an amazing job of maintaining the character of the neighborhood in New Urban Park. So again, just to reiterate, we're excited. Greensboro is entering into its golden age. It's an amazing time to be a part of Greensboro. We believe this project represents a balanced, responsible project that aligns with that growth, both for the city and the community goals. This is an opportunity to help, send a message to other developers in Greensboro that Greensboro is open for business, and we can help shape the future of Greensboro. So a vote for rezoning for here I believe wholeheartedly, again, that this is a vote for a more stronger and vibrant Greensboro. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any initial questions? We're going to open it up for.
Any questions for Mr. Johnson at this point? There is 4 minutes and 43 minutes left.
Hello, my name is Peter Grantham. I'm actually a homeowner about a half mile from this site. We previously lived on Wynwood Drive it's right in this neighborhood as well. My wife and I really struggled to purchase a home in this area. We were able to do it last year. We both have really good jobs, and we both really struggled to buy a home that we felt we could support a family in. We think this neighborhood is wonderful, but over the years that affordability has been lost. I don't feel that average people can afford to buy a home in this area anymore, and I think that's a real shame. Affordability is a function of availability. Inherently, if you increase availability, you will increase affordability. So I'm here to support this. I don't think that the housing goals of Greensboro can just be met with apartments downtown or with single-family homes built 30 minutes outside of the outer belt. I think we need to focus on scaling where we can, and every unit counts.
Thank you.
That's all.
Good afternoon. I just want to thank council in advance for doing Crystal Black, 1120 High Stone Drive. Thank council in advance for doing what they should be doing and voting on this project based on land use only. I am stating that because that has been the premise of your decisions in Southeast Greensboro when we have had development of over 1,500 to 2,000 units, that we have added the density in our area, and every time we come to this podium, we bring the same defenses of too much density, flooding, the same things that we hear about this development. So we want you to consider the same way that you consider our developments, this development. So thank you in advance for considering land use only.
Thank you.
Cheryl McIver, 404 West Mountcastle Drive, Greensboro, North Carolina. Just piggybacking off Crystal, we do appreciate you guys being consistent in the decisions that you make. We do know that for PLZ 2504 for West Vandalia, there were 77 affordable apartments approved on the same topography of land. Actually, our lot was probably much worse. It had a blue line stream and had 2 other creek beds stemming from it. And you guys approved that 9-0. I don't think 8 townhomes, luxury townhomes, will hurt anyone. Our lot also was a corner lot, limited site visibility. You can't change that they are both similar. And Mayor Pro Tem asked during that particular vote to city attorney, we can only consider land use, right? And the city attorney said yes. And you guys passed that 77 unit for 9-0. So I will ask that you keep the same consistency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keith Peterson, 3317 Winchester Drive. Every month, the Planning and Zoning Commission has a mandate. They go out and visit properties and consider land use only. Far too often during our meetings, I get a loving rebuke from the attorney saying we can't consider nothing else. And so when the commissioners went out to visit this specific property and saw the product that this developer was bringing, we was happy about it. Out of all the developers thus far that we have seen in a 12-month period, besides Somerville, this project is Class A. And I would hope you guys support this with approval. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Pauline Johnson of 2406 North Elm Street in Greensboro. I'm just grateful to be here with you today, and I just want to reiterate just the care and diligence that has been given in listening to the responses from New Irving Park community. Whether we were able to be at every meeting, we had representatives at every meeting, and each of those cares and were taken in consideration with the plan that was presented before you today. There has been a lot of interest in this area in terms of real estate. Many people have come to our realtor asking and inquiring how they can be a part of this new experience in this neighborhood. So there is a lot of interest there, and just want that to be noted. Thank you for your time on today.
So that leaves us with 1 second. I think we will now turn to those in opposition, and I'll just read the names out. You have a total of 15 minutes, so as you speak, please keep those behind you in mind. Don Leahy, Joanne Leahy, Gabe Niermer, Mickey Adams, John Nosik, Tim Suhan, Donna Eason, Ed Lipinski, Burke Edwards, Linda Register, Regina Clark, and Knox Hughes. And you have a total of 15 minutes.
My name is Donald Leahy. I live at 1804 Tiffany Place, just south of 1201 Pisgah Church Road. Previous owners of 1201 Pisgah Church Road, including Cornwallis Corporation, the original developers of New Irving Park, wisely deemed the proposed site unsuitable to be rezoned for multifamily housing. And it and the developer's plan is an inappropriate use of the land. It sits at the entrance to the neighborhood in a very busy intersection. And the lot isn't even close to any of the growth tiers proposed in the Greensboro 2040 Comprehensive Plan. The proposed development does not align either with the existing residential pattern. New Irving Park was designed for mixed-use housing, but with specific zoning requirements. There are no townhouses on Willoughby Boulevard by design, for many reasons, including safety. The corner of 1201 Pisgah Church Road and Willoughby Boulevard is not only a very busy, but an increasingly dangerous intersection. It also serves as a main route to Moses Cone Hospital for emergency vehicles, which can barely navigate that intersection now. This rezoning also is in violation of Greensboro's comprehensive plan, which falsely states there's an activity center nearby. There is no activity center in the area. The developer's plan also applies missing middle housing to luxury townhouses. How can that be? The proposed development and rezoning risks serious damage to my home, my neighbors' homes, and city property for the benefit of one person and to the detriment of a neighborhood. The negative impact and precedent of this rezoning far outweigh the singular utility of one person's proposed development. I urge you to vote no to the impermissible spot zoning inherent in rezoning 1201 Pisgah Church Road.
Hello, I'm Regina Clark. I'm from 2802 Lake Forest Drive in Greensboro. My property backs up to Buffalo Lake on the northern side. I'm 1 mile from the proposed property, which that site will significantly affect Buffalo Lake. Because what happens at 1201 Pisgah Church does not stay at 1201 Pisgah Church. Here's a photo of a backyard that's flooded. It's a 1/4 mile downhill for Willoughby from the property site. Our neighborhood's water, sewer, and stormwater systems were designed for low-density use. They are now overwhelmed. The storm drains overflow, backyards and basements flood, and sewer backups are becoming more increasing. And all the overflow goes into Buffalo Lake. So in 2008, this is what Buffalo Lake looked like from my backyard, just so you can see the lake. This is what it looks like now. Buffalo Lake has experienced significant sediment runoff. It's unrecognizable almost as a lake. It's only going to accelerate the runoff, and the neighborhood is actually going to lose the lake at some point. There are 2 creeks and multiple storm drains that flow directly into the lake. One creek starts at the proposed construction site. This higher density development could push our fragile infrastructure to the breaking point, leading to maintenance issues and future costs, which could fall back to the city and the taxpayers. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Gabe Nieremer. I'm at 701 Willoughby Boulevard. I'm the very first house on the right. I'm the adjacent property to the proposed property with a small wooded buffer in between. Quickly, I'm not a wealthy man. I'm not important. I'm not a famous developer with a lot of influence. What I am is a very, very hardworking, dedicated father, husband, an employee. I was recruited here years ago by Moses Cone Hospital. I've worked my butt off in this town, holding 2, 3 jobs, side hustles, everything, trying to finally move into Irving Park. I bought this house 3 years ago. Finally, after saving and scrimping and doing everything I possibly could to get into the neighborhood I think that most of Greensboro is trying to move into. It was my dream for the family. It's fantastic. I knew for a fact that when I bought this house, that there would not be high-density housing, townhouses, apartments in the lot right next to me, because it was zoned for 3 houses per acre, and it's not even an acre. So what? Maybe 2. There was one on it years and years ago. It's inappropriate to put a bunch of townhouses right next to all of these single-family homes. The entire street of Willoughby is single-family homes. The cross street of Wynwood, all single-family homes. I mean, from end to end, not a single spot on any of those where they dead end on both ends are all single-family homes. The townhouses do not fit at all. No matter what anybody says, how wonderful it'll be to have this density. Single-family homes would be wonderful. He could build beautiful 2 single-family homes in there. That would probably make him a ton of money. And the neighborhood would be happy to see it. We'd be happy to see it. Build the houses that it's designed for. It's already zoned for it. Just build what's already zoned there. We don't want rezoning. There's no argument for rezoning. The community doesn't want it. No one in our neighborhood wants rezoning at all. We want him to build 2 nice houses. All these community meetings, our red line was no rezoning. Do what you want. Build your houses. We'd love it. It's a bad precedent. When you start rezoning, I think the word I just heard from Don was spot rezoning these small parcels. If someone can tear down their house in the middle of a neighborhood and build a giant apartment complex, what's to stop it from anywhere else in Willoughby or Wynwood, or in anybody else's neighborhood for that matter? It's very inappropriate. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mickey Deary Adams. I live at 602 Granton Place. I've lived there for 36 years. We built our home. This rezoning request is not consistent with the land development ordinance. We were advised to look at the land use issues, and I did. Key components of the Greensboro Land Development Ordinance are, number 1, orderly growth. This proposal does not meet that standard. Number 2, protect property values. Well, as we've already explained, there are issues with this particular lot, and it cascades into all kinds of issues, disrupting property values. Number 3, ensure public safety. Again, this particular project is going to increase safety and infrastructure issues. Number 4, balance development and environmental and community needs. Due to the inherent slope issues and drainage issues of this 0.86 acre lot, it cannot support the proposed multifamily development. Number 5, it aligns with the Greensboro long-term vision and includes the Greensboro 2040 comprehensive plan. This zoning request is in conflict with the land development ordinances and the current existing zoning. It also disproportionately benefits a single property owner without logical relation to the surrounding area or creating a real public benefit. And we're citing the 1988 Chisholm versus Guilford County decision. Since 2016, Realtor.com has listed Greensboro among America's top 10 greenest cities. Our neighborhood is one of the greenest in Greensboro. The local government also works hard to live up to the green in the name by indicating land use policies to protect green spaces. We're number 9 out of 10 cities nationwide. Let's keep it that way.
Good evening. I'm John Nossick. I reside at 4012 Hazel Lane. The residents of New Irving Park believe that rezoning this parcel only serves the interest of the developer and does not take into consideration the 4,000 residents of New Irving Park who are opposed to this. Rezoning, there's no public benefit to changing this zoning. It's only going to be a detriment to public safety. Residents of the New Irving Park oppose this proposal, again, only benefiting the developer and ignoring the 4,000 residents of New Irving Park. Thank you.
Good evening. Tim Suhan, 624 Willoughby Boulevard. I'm going to say unequivocally the vast majority of the 1,600 households in New Irving Park oppose this rezoning. We have data to prove this, and just days before the Zoning Commission hearing, we issued a petition with over 175 signatures on several days' notice opposing this rezoning. The minutes are wrong from the Zoning Commission meeting. It is 175 signatures we submitted. Shortly thereafter, we formed the Friends of New Irving Park. This is a grassroots organization in the neighborhood opposed to this rezoning. The core committee meets every once to twice per week. It's 22 people. We have over 475 members on an email list. On March 30th, we went door to door in the neighborhood and distributed over 700 flyers. I'm on almost every ring camera on Willoughby Boulevard. In March and April, we held in-person meetings in total to organize the community against this rezoning. In total, we had over 200 people show up. We've been completely forthright and communicated with local news outlets, including the News and Record, the Triad Business Journal, and very recently Fox News. With all this communication, all this neighborhood outreach, we have received almost nobody in support of this rezoning. Virtually everyone is opposed to it. Part two, I'm going to cut short because there's a lot of people in line that need to speak behind me, but I'm going to use the term impermissible spot zoning. This is the very definition of that. If you look at every adjacency to this property on all four of the corners at the head of Willoughby Boulevard and Pisgah, all single family, and the immediate adjacency to the west of this property is single family. That, if you were to rezone this for multifamily, that would be the definition of impermissible spot zoning. Please consider that in your decision. Thank you very much.
Hey, good evening. My name is Burke Edwards. I live at 807 Blanton Place, which is just around the corner from the proposed rezoning. I think there's this belief that New Irving Park is a very affluent neighborhood. Yes, there are parts of it that are very nice, but it is overall a master plan community, one of the first in Greensboro to be exact. There are starter homes, middle-level homes, homes for very affluent people. There are townhomes, condos, apartments. There is a middle school, Median Hall Middle School. There is a senior living community. It is literally the definition of a master plan community. It is what Greensboro asked for. It is what the City Council saw in the 70s and 80s when this was approved by Cornwallis Development. It is what I think the City Council is looking for today. So we would just like you to take a holistic view of the area as a whole and see that it does have everything the city is looking for, inclusive of those playgrounds, green space, bike trails, etc. So I just wanted to dispel that myth. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Ed Lipsky. I'm a retired builder and civil engineer with 50 years of experience. I have relationships with between a dozen and 2 dozen different developers who occasionally have had me speak for zoning changes, and I've generally been speaking in favor of them. However, in this particular case, I'm opposed to this changing of the zoning for the main reason that it doesn't make sense. The site is simply too small to support 8 to 10 units, which will be allowed if you change the zoning. This is a hand-drawn sketch that I made up that in yellow you can see is the area that's required for setbacks because of the thoroughfares on Willoughby and Pisgah Church and the 17-lane intersection up there. What's left, assuming that the site is flat, is white in the middle, is only approximately a half of an acre. So you're not putting 8 to 10 units on 8.86 of an acre. You're putting out on less than a half of an acre because to flatten the site means retaining walls. It means diversion berms to stop sedimentation controls. I mean, the list goes on. It means site swells around the buildings to move water in. All of these things are fine and can be done, but they take space. They take up room, which means by the time you put these things in, let alone what Mr. Johnson was saying, it was going to have green space and make all these other things to make these units nice and look good, and that's what everybody was expecting. That's not going to happen because he does not have room to do it. Another thing that complicates the amount of room is the number of trees. When they come out, there's a deep root ball, which creates a steep slope. And any site contractor will tell you that the hardest thing to do is stabilize a slope. There will be slopes that need stabilizing. There's one alongside of Willoughby that if that is not stabilized, Willoughby Boulevard itself will be in danger. I beg of you to please don't change the zoning. The zoning was correct. The zoning allows him to put in 2 units, and there's enough space to do a good job with those 2 units.
Thank you. There will be a 5-minute rebuttal for those who haven't had the opportunity to speak yet. I will call upon Mr. Johnson for his 5-minute rebuttal. If there's any time left over, we do have one person on Zoom.
Thank you. I'm not immune or turn a deaf ear to my friends in New Irving Park. They have valid concerns. This is their neighborhood. This is the neighborhood some dreamed about being into. So I'm very sensitive, and I've listened consistently to their comments, their concerns, and we've adjusted our plan a number of times. But you know, the community engagement aside, I know the focus is land use. Anytime you get into development, you're always going to be faced with challenges. Going through what we went through at 2400 North Elm, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But we came out on the other side and we were successful with it. So it's going to take a lot of creativity. I've traveled to different places. I was in Portland, Oregon this past weekend, and you know I'm acutely aware of kind of some of the things now being in development, but seeing some of the creativity that's been done in different areas would be Nashville. I've been paying attention to these things, and it can be done. It can be done. It's not going to be easy, but it can be done responsibly. It can be done well. And I believe looking 20 years in the future, we'll be really happy with the amount of trees that are planted, how sustainable that lot will be, and the beauty that it's going to create for the neighborhood. Yes, there's going to be some pain in the first years of the development. You're going to have to uproot trees. All the things that Mr. Lipsky mentioned, I've had a chance to the privilege of walking the property with Mr. Lipsky several times. And he's been awesome in terms of giving me all these things to understand and to note about that. And I appreciate that feedback. And yes, it's going to be challenging, but I do believe with what we've experienced, the success we've had at 2400 North Elm, and the creativity of the team that I'm putting together right now, that we'll be able to overcome all those challenges. In terms of the master plan that Mr. Edwards mentioned, yes, it was, as I've heard, perfectly planned neighborhood in New Irving Park. But I cannot imagine Mr. Roof would say the Greensboro that he saw then, that he have a chance to envision what Greensboro is becoming and what it is right now. Greensboro is totally different. Greensboro is on a growth and a rise track that rivals most mid-sized cities throughout the nation. So yes, it was a perfectly planned neighborhood, according to many there. I understand that. But however, Greensboro is changing, and it's going to need more projects like this. I will continue to listen. There are a number of people that are supportive of this project. Not everyone, over the 4,000 to 8,000, however you draw the lines of New Irving Park, not everybody is opposed. There are many that are excited about the potential of it. And even my neighbor next door that stays at 1207 Pisgah Church, we've had conversations. She's not opposed to it, and she's the one that's directly impacted by it. So yes, not everybody's opposed to this project. I understand. I'm going to remain sensitive, and I want to continue with the community engagement to make sure that everybody's happy. Of course, regardless of the decision, somebody might not be happy, and I completely understand that. But it's my goal to provide the community engagement and to be able to find a way for all of us to win. Might not feel like it right now, but in 20 years, we'll look back and say this was the right thing for Greensboro. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, just one quick question. The entrance to the site, how are you handling the parking part of it? Where you're entering in the site, away from the intersection?
Yes.
And then how you handling the parking, traffic going into your site?
That's the key issue, and I'd be remiss of saying it's not going to take some creativity, but we're at least 100 feet away from the intersection, so we'll be down further. We'll have 2 private entryways into there. Each home will have a driveway as well as garage to provide for the parking there. Again, there's always a chance that people park on the street, but we'll be vigilant throughout the HOA to make sure that that's minimized. Even trash is a concern. How are people going to do trash? But by having sidewalks there and then being able to move the trash cans further down the line, we're thinking through all those things. And again, I'm not the expert. TRC is going to give me a lot of feedback in terms of what should be done and how that's going to be done there. But yes, parking is going to be the critical thing, but we have, with the 2 entryways as well as the amount of parking for each home, we believe we'll be able to overcome the challenges there and create safety there.
And you're not concerned about the flooding, are you? stop something there.
It's going to be an issue. The stream doesn't.
That's on the city side, though, is it not?
That's the city's responsibility, but I would like to partner with the city to see if we can find a solution. I'm grateful for this opportunity because maybe the city doesn't understand the issue now that we have all these people here that it's a major concern of theirs. There's an awareness that's been brought to the city because of this. So hopefully, regardless of what happens tonight, everybody knows that there's an issue with the stream, there's an issue with Buffalo Lake, and hopefully there could be some solutions there. But I'm willing to continue to work with the neighbors of New Urban Park to provide solutions.
Great, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Any questions for Mr. Johnson? We did have one speaker on Zoom. Is Mr. Hicks? There's 54
Thank
seconds.
you, Madam Mayor. I'm still here.
54
I'll be real
seconds
brief.
left.
Sorry, what was that?
54 seconds left.
Thanks so much. So we've heard a lot of talk about the character of the neighborhood, and I would just ask, what does it say about the character of a neighborhood that mobilizes to keep people out and stop development that would be beneficial? And what does it say when white residents fight harder against townhomes than they ever have against any other injustice in this city? And this is why certain families are priced out. This is why, the community remains divided. And really, this is why we still feel the weight of redlining, as one speaker said. That was their red line. That's why we still feel the weight of redlining in 2025. So I would just ask the council, will you do what's comfortable, or will you do what's right and vote in order with the land use and land use only? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, those in opposition have 5 minutes rebuttal. You can come up in whatever order. I believe everybody, well, there are a few people who didn't have an opportunity to speak. Donna Eason and Linda Register, and Joanne Leahy. But you may have a different order, so go ahead.
My name is Knox Hughes, 3808 Hazel Lane. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the City Council tonight. And as we can acknowledge, creative diversity can be a good thing, but it can also mean that if one of the little things that you were creative about goes wrong, then it's a whole mess. And so we must look into the future and to see if this creative diversity is making a problem. And I would also like to respond to the last speaker on the approval. We are not trying to keep people out. We're talking about the smart use of land and the protection of a neighborhood and people. Thinking about creative diversity is a good thing, but if it goes wrong, it goes downhill fast. So keep that in mind, that it may meet today's specs, but what will it look like in 5 years if something goes wrong? Thank you.
Hey, it's Burke Edwards at 807 Blanton Place again. I just want to touch on 2 points. One is about Ms. Hightower's question related to traffic. At that intersection, there are actually 4 lanes on Willoughby. There are 3 northbound, 1 southbound. The 2 driveways, proposed driveways, would enter on the 1 southbound lane. That is the road that parents take their children to Mendenhall Middle School every morning and pick them up in the afternoon. On trash day, if you have 8 units, think 2 units, 16 receptacles out there for the trash pickup to manage that intersection. It is a very, safety is a big concern. And one other point that I want to touch on, I think you guys were presented the Summerfield Farms proposal a couple weeks ago. Within that, there was a master plan, green space. Just think in 30 years, people had bought into that. And the future city council said, you know what, that green space, we love multifamily right there. And that's the precedent that we don't want to set. This is setting potential precedent for not just New Irving Park, other neighborhoods, and potentially further down Willoughby and New Irving Park specifically. So that's our major concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to touch on parking briefly. I think Ms. Hightower was on a great line there. Total, he showed in his drawing 16 spots for 8 houses. and there will be tons of street parking. The Garden Club today was working on the corner doing their normal beautification, and they parked all down the street, and it was a disaster. And they are very respectful. They've been doing this a long time. It was very, very, very tight there. Now imagine cars pulling in and out at the same time, and do that at 5:30 when everybody's coming home from work. It is a safety issue to have that much density on a busy corner. All the other townhouses in Irving Park are well designed with separate entrances, so none of the houses are pulling out onto this main road. They're pulling out through planned drives. This decision you guys are going to make today will be a few minutes for you. It'll be a year worth of work for him. It'll be 30 years, God willing, for me that I'm going to have to deal with that next door. And my kids, who are small children who play in those woods and play on the street, are going to have to deal with a massive increase in cars and a very, very high risk of cars pulling in and out that were never there before. I would like very quickly, if everyone here who's opposed to this, who's opposed wouldn't mind standing up so they can see what New Irving Park opposition looks like. This is New Irving Park. These are all the people who don't want this to happen today. I think that's pretty significant, to get that many people mobilized down here. How many times have you seen that happen down here, that this many people were like, this is not for us? That is mobilization. We're not happy with this. We want them to build 2 houses. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Tim Suhan, 624 Willoughby Boulevard. I'll keep this very brief. Speaking on behalf of the Friends of New Irving Park that represent the vast majority of the neighborhood, I agree with everything that has been said here in opposition to this rezoning. Please make the right decision, and I'll leave time on the clock. Thank you.
I just want to add one thing in rebuttal to the comment that was made about this being affordable from the developer. This is not going to be affordable. I'm a builder, and I know what it costs to do this stuff. It will not be affordable. Bait and switch.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn, City Council. My name is Joanne Leahy. I'm at 1804 Tiffany Place. I just wanted to also share my opposition. I had gone to both meetings with a complete open mind. I went to Mr. Johnson's neighborhood meeting, and I went to ours. And I really took it into consideration very seriously, because we do need more growth and more affordable housing in Greensboro and middle housing. But I oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant or those in opposition? Or can I have a motion to close the public hearing? Moved by Mr. Matheny, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. All in favor say aye. Aye. That passes 8-0. I would like the city attorney to just address the topic of spot zoning, since it was brought up a couple of times. Chuck, you need your mic.
Thank you. Spot zoning is where you have a drastic transition, like say this land, this particular lot in the middle of a residential community was going to be used for light industrial. That would be spot zoning likely, but it's done on a case-by-case basis. Various levels of residential is not going to be viewed as spot zoning.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Mr. Matheny?
I will do my best, Madam Mayor, to be effective and efficient. At least I hope to be effective. Somebody said there has been a lot of conversation about this, and I've seen things online, and I've certainly heard from my constituents as part of transparency. I am a neighbor in this neighborhood, or a resident in this neighborhood, and it's been good that there's a lot of discussion about this. One of the interesting things in regarding the land use only discussion is that this is what it is about. It is about land use. And I saw something that somebody stated or posted, that no opinion should be heard, or we shouldn't consider the opinions of people, and we don't consider opinions of people in other districts, and that's just simply not true. I think it's important for us to hear from residents of the neighborhood, and I do think, regardless of what district it is, that it's impressive to see the amount of people coming out and the interest they have in this rezoning. You know, somebody's going to help me. Are you going to help me? Thank you. I've got a couple of things I wanted to just kind of highlight, and then I'm going to speak to some of the comments that were said from the developer. And while you're pulling that up, I just want to say I did meet with Mr. Johnson. We talked numerous times. You know, I think that one of the times that we spoke, one of our first meetings, we talked about how to develop Greensboro, what needs to be done, how is Greensboro going to look, how would you help developers, and I want to speak to that in a little bit too, because I think that's important. Go ahead. You had it. I hate to do this. I wish I could flip from up here. Just let's go through it real quick. There we go. Okay, so to somebody's point, I think it's actually Mr. Johnson that said it was New Irving Park is a perfectly planned neighborhood, and the reason why it's a perfectly planned neighborhood is not because the city of Greensboro did it. This property from Cone Boulevard north through Lake Jeanette was actually owned by Cone Mills Corporation, and it had a subset division called Cornwallis Development with a gentleman named Dick Ruth that ran the development company. Of course, you know, they used to own Buffalo Lake all the way north through Lake Jeanette. And so when they designed New Irving Park in this plan, it was the exact specs, as was stated by Mr. Johnson, of what is the comprehensive plan. And this neighborhood includes apartments. We have apartments on a major thoroughfare, which is North Elm. We have townhomes that are attached, that are properly designed, where the ingress and egress is there. We have smaller homes that folks graduate to, which, you know, 1,800 to 2,300 square feet. There are larger homes. There's assisted living facilities. There's an office, because it is in my backyard. It was actually the first office I worked at, which brought me to Greensboro. And as somebody mentioned, there's a school. And obviously I put insert image, which I forgot to do. So it includes what is deemed the missing middle housing. Like, don't hold it against this neighborhood because the planner, Mr. Ruth from Cornwallis Development, got it right. Now, the last thing in here, and it's highlighted, and you can't see because of the closed captioning, this is not a NIMBY neighborhood. Now, sir, I was at the zoning case, and, you know, maybe there was some things said, but this is not a NIMBY neighborhood. This is not in my backyard neighborhood. And there's two examples I'll show you. The third would be Emory, which Mr. Johnson and his wife, who you met earlier, developed. So let's go to the next one. This is, to the left, is Gingerly Way. Those are attached townhomes. Nobody fought against that. Nobody said don't build a townhome in New Irving Park. So you cannot say that this neighborhood is a not in my backyard neighborhood. The one on the right is a large development, D.R. Horton or somebody like that built. By the way, there's not one brick on that development. So when we're talking about aesthetics and what I've heard from aesthetics, not all the stuff in New Irving Park is brick or situated perfectly as somebody would want. This is a large development that pushed a lot of, you know, wildlife out, cut a bunch of trees. It backs up to the Smith house. It backs up to Mr. and Miss Smith, who y'all affectionately know as Smitty. The one on the left is Gingerly Way. The one on the right is Finley Ridge. These are both back up into New Irving Park, this neighborhood, and are both attached townhomes. That nobody fought. Okay? So we're not just fighting anything. Next. Did you skip one or no?
I think I skipped one.
Did you? There you go. These are just the smaller homes. And what you have here are, you have townhomes to the bottom left. You have townhomes across the street. It was properly designed via traffic. And traffic, is, whether you want it to be or not, part of land use, ingress, egress, and how things work. But you have townhomes that were properly designed. You have smaller houses that people gravitate to, so you can have apartments, the attached, smaller lots, and then maybe potentially larger homes. Go ahead, next. The planning department comments that Mr. Kirkman was talking about, these are straight out of the planning department notes. The top one, adjacent land is single family with drainage. This is not something I said. This is not something that I created. This was straight out of the planning and zoning notes. The adjacent land is single family. 8 townhome units like this is not compatible with single family. And as was mentioned earlier, when Willoughby was designed, it was designed appropriately, and it did not have any attached dwellings or 8 townhomes on a small lot. Those townhomes were positioned accordingly, and so we all could work synergistically. Pisgah Church is a major thoroughfare. By the way, it's ironic that this rezoning case is labeled 1201 Pisgah Church, because there's not going to be any ingress or egress on Pisgah Church. It's going to be on Willoughby. So right there, it's not appropriate. It really should be Willoughby. And to Ms. Hightower's point, the traffic coming off and the southbound lane being 1, I mean, you go there, it was said 5:30. Go there at 3:30 when pickup's going on at Mendenhall. You are stacked, and you've got kids walking everywhere. And I'll talk about the sidewalk in a little bit, because it's a sidewalk to nowhere. Compatible with the general character. The general character of Willoughby is single-family homes. And again, I just showed you all the pictures of all the attached dwellings. So there are attached dwellings. Matter of fact, when they developed what is called affectionately the Knolls at New Irving Park, but it was when the Tannenbaums sold the land, and we had Wynwood, which goes into Willoughby. They designed it the same way they designed New Irving Park and Willoughby, appropriately. They didn't stack townhomes on Wynwood. They had smaller houses with an ingress and egress that complements. And so even the Knolls was complementary to the original intent of what this neighborhood was designed for. It says residential, but folks, there are over 15 classifications of residential. Goal A, the citywide network of unique neighborhoods offers residents all walks of life, variety of quality housing. I just showed you and told you that is New Irving Park. We've got every type of housing imaginable. GSO 2040 map policies. Usage should generally be in scale of the neighborhood. This is not in scale and compatible with what is on Willoughby Boulevard. Cut-through traffic minimized. That's a joke, ladies and gentlemen. That was in our planning and zoning. That's a joke. Willoughby Boulevard is in the heart of the neighborhood. Everybody uses Willoughby. When you come through New Irving Park and you live in the neighborhood, you use Willoughby. You have to use Willoughby. And expand Greensboro's city network of unique neighborhoods. How is an 8-home townhome project that's not compatible with the existing residential expanding the network of unique neighborhoods at the entrance of the neighborhood? This is a detriment to the neighborhood. Sir, you're next. Again, I'll just say reasons this project is non-compatible with the neighborhood design and surrounding homes. Per the GSO staff report, adjacent property is single family. By the way, if you go to the map that Mr. Kirkman showed, actually this house, which there used to be a single family home on it, and the neighborhood absolutely supports a single family. Matter of fact, you can get 2 single-family homes on this lot, which they encourage the developer to do. Build 2 houses. We're all for it. And that would be compatible. This does not answer, I heard missing middle. Missing middle, it states in the Arizona Commission planning that missing middle is the housing that could be backed up to, adjacent to, and combined to 4-story apartment buildings. This is at the entrance. This would create stacking. It's inappropriate. This would not be approved in other neighborhoods. There is not a doubt in my mind that this would not be improved in other neighborhoods. When I was looking up certain areas, thinking about Westridge, because Westridge was the neighborhood that really got neighborhood Congress going 20-some years ago. There's no way, if this was proposed in the interest of Westridge, that Westridge would support it. And I said in a zoning meeting that, you know, if you took 2 houses, like where this used to have 2 houses on it, and somebody were to propose 8, and actually used Ms. Hightower's neighborhood, because it's off of Gate City, that I wouldn't support 8 townhomes going to the entrance of her neighborhood, and I wouldn't do it on High Stone Road either. So this wouldn't be approved in any neighborhood. I already mentioned the Knolls. There's 0 homes. The setback requirement was mentioned. There's plenty of other land everywhere else, and it's what we talked about with Christopher Farms, that is properly designed. We all supported it, and think about in the next council if they were to come in and tear up the nice master plan that was developed. If you'll go next, sir. This is Emory. Nobody in this room was against Emory, Mr. Johnson's previous project. I didn't see anybody from this neighborhood come down and go against it. So it's, again, a further example of not being a NIMBY neighborhood. Next, here's the difference. 1201 Pisgah Church, which really is on Willoughby, the driveways will be on Willoughby. There are no driveways on Elm, on Emory. There's a side street for easy entry on Willoughby. There's not a side street on Willoughby for easy access adjacent to the garage. There is no activity center near Willoughby and Pisgah Church. There is no activity center. That was mentioned. There is a huge activity center called Sherwood Swim and Tennis right behind the other one. The lot size on the other one is bigger. The other one development was 5 homes versus 8 that are proposed. And of course, we all know the drainage issues, but we're not going to worry about that. We're going to focus on the proper and improper use of land. Keep going. That was a neighborhood meeting. Keep going. He's already gone over that. This is, and there's a problem if you look at the map, this is straight out of staff regarding the property south of the project. And if you look on the map, there's an easement off of Pisgah Church, and the city owns the land adjacent to it, which is about an acre that goes in. The city, water, and sewer have been out there to clean it up, and so it does need to be on the city's radar that this is a dangerous area. And if you'll keep going. And I just throw this picture up there to show the folks that spoke in opposition or support of this project. They don't get it right on District 3 either. Notice these mailboxes. When we put a sidewalk in on Pisgah Church, the mailboxes are in the middle of the sidewalk. How in the hell is that ADA compliant? It's not. And I've complained about it. Nothing gets done. So just because it's District 3 doesn't mean that we get it right either. They treat us the same. Now, I'm going to go back to some of the topics of Mr. Johnson, and then I'll stop, Madam Mayor. No, you know, I'll tell you, I haven't spent more time on a topic than this. And ladies and gentlemen, it is important. And it is a precedent that could be set. And it could be a precedent that could be set in your neighborhood, and all 9 of us. Transition into the neighborhood, more infill. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't stack a bunch of units at the entrance to one lane southbound when folks are trying to get in and out. That's not a good design. Mr. Johnson said it's a perfect intersection at Pisgah Church in Willoughby. Mr. Johnson doesn't live there, obviously. And I like Mr. Johnson. No access points on Pisgah Church minimizes disruption. Actually, it hurts us because the entry points are on Willoughby. That clogs it up and makes it even further unsafe. In our New Irving Park, these opportunities would be to downsize. We already have those. My mom lives in one of them. You got Barrington Place, you got Ascot Point, you got Lands End, you got the apartments across the street. Now we've got 2 more townhome opportunities. Flights. People are having to give up their seats. The people are giving up their seats because we don't have enough flights coming to PTI. Hopefully that'll change. We need more flights and more activity. Other projects, and I'm going to use one that's not in District 3. I'm going to use Hayden Place. That's District 4. It swimmingly passed. A lot of units on small acreage. Here's how it passed. There was 0 opposition because the developer met with the neighborhood and created a project that was worthy of being supported. This is not the same as Hayden Place. I would love to have a project that had 0 opposition. I think y'all would too, wouldn't you? So when we think about successful projects, you got to think about it. The sidewalk was mentioned. There's going to be a sidewalk that people can walk to. Where's it going to stop? It'll stop at his property. Where's it going to end? At his property. Where's the next sidewalk? Nowhere. The city of Greensboro owns the property 2 lots south, going towards Linwood. Or, Madam Director of Planning, or DOT, is there any proposal to build a sidewalk on Willoughby that I'm not aware of?
I'm not aware of the transportation plans.
So we're going to have a sidewalk on his property that goes to nowhere. That's insane. Send a message to developers. I mean, I think we've been really supportive of developers. The other speakers don't even live in the neighborhood, and one lives in District 3, but in the Lake Jeanette area. None of the rest live remotely close to this. That we're in support. I already mentioned that Mr. Johnson said it was a perfectly planned neighborhood, the entrance off Willoughby, and the diversity. And I want to finalize with this. I read this posting. Cheap targets for revitalization. Narrow focused goal of maximizing profits. Narrow focused goal of maximizing profits. I heard that a lot from our neighborhood, that this is the same as what has been done in Districts 1 and Districts 2. Maximizing profits. Inadequately engage the community. I will tell you that when we held our neighborhood meeting, we wanted a 2 weeks notice to try to get as many people there and informed as possible. It didn't work out for Mr. Johnson. It was all on his schedule. He had a neighborhood meeting and expected us to go where his neighborhood meeting was in 1 week. That's not working with the neighborhood. It's not. You want enough time to educate folks to show up to a meeting. Not everything on their calendar of the developer, but on what is the neighborhood's calendar. Prioritizing the needs of existing residents. I'm not going to make y'all stand up again, but is this prioritizing y'all's needs? Leads to projects that don't benefit the community. Revamp their land use. The city of Greensboro needs to revamp their land use and development processes. I agree with this wholeheartedly, Ms. Black. Something's wrong. They have to send letters out, and you only have to send it, is it 750 feet? I think it needs to go longer. I think that these are things we need to consider. Well, then we need to ask the state, because some of these, on revamping our land use and processes, I absolutely agree with. Revitalizing neighborhoods instead of ravaging them. I agree with you. This doesn't revitalize, this ravages. And so at this point, and you're done, man. You're good. Thank you so much. There is a road to 10,000. I do support the manager, but I also support neighborhoods, and I support the folks that care about the neighborhoods. And as I do with any rezoning, I listen to this neighborhood, even though I live in it, the same as I've listened to others. And I will tell you, there's a case over in College Hill when I used to represent that back 15 years ago, and they wanted to build the student housing, which is Province, and there was an old industrial plant there. It was the only district precinct I lost in like 4 elections. But I supported that housing, and because I did it for the right reasons. I don't support this development, not just because I live in the neighborhood, because it's not compatible in the land use of what is on this street and in this area. There's no reason to go against a properly planned neighborhood. Thank you.
Good. Thanks very much, Mayor. You know, in my nearly 14 years on council, the most difficult issues always are infill rezonings. And trust me, representing District 4, I've learned this well. We've had, I think, 4 major infill rezonings on Friendly Avenue, if we count the church recently, which was actually not District 4, but across the street. I guess that makes 5. So it's always really tough. But at the end of the day, it's a land use decision. It's highest and best use of the land. It appears to me that this project of Mr. Williams meets all of the goals of the comprehensive plan. It meets certainly 2 major council objectives, and that's building our housing inventory. We know that we need 32,000 plus units over the next 5 years, and it meets our goal of being a business-friendly city. You know, it certainly is always preferable if a developer and a neighborhood can come together, try to reconcile differences that they have and make compromises and reach some consensus. Mr. Matheny, which is the reason I thought about following you, Mr. Matheny mentions the Hayden Park project. If any of you have driven up and down West Friendly Avenue or to or from Friendly Shopping Center or the shops at Friendly, recently, I think, and Mr. Williams, I think, actually used a photograph of the 3-story townhomes that face Friendly, that are part of Hayden Park. The neighborhood street, the street going into the neighborhood there is East Avondale. And all of the traffic, and by the way, that's 2 acres, 26 units. You've got a little less than an acre in this project, and 8 units. Could be fewer units depending upon how this project goes through the technical review process. But 8 units, at least maximum we're talking about now. So I think this is a good comparison to make. 8 units on 0.83 acres, 23 units on 2 acres, each feeding into a very strong, established neighborhood. I lived for many years at the Friendly West Townhome community, which was 48 units at the corner of Friendly and Holden, and the street behind us was Wedgedale. Again, feeding into established Old Starmount. I'll mention Hayden Park again because there's some similarities. That is a property that slopes down from Friendly Avenue to the street running beyond or behind, which is Edgewater. There is a very strong stream that runs along Edgewater. The little stream that I think you're talking about on this property hardly compares to the one we have, one that exists on Edgewater. Similarities and differences here. With all due respect, Zach, I think it was maybe ingenuous to say that this would not have been built in District 4. At the end of the day, you've elected us to use our best judgment in making decisions for this city. And in terms of rezoning, it really is about land use, what's appropriate and what's highest and greatest value. So I know that's not what our citizens want to hear sometimes. I'll give you another example. I think time helps dissipate opposition, and I'll use Hobbs Friendly as my example there. Hobbs Friendly was a very controversial rezoning. We went through 3 attempts at rezoning that property. We finally rezoned it not just for commercial, but mixed use in 2015. I know that's 10 years ago. In the meantime, Mr. Carroll has acquired that property and has put forth and met with the neighborhood, I guess probably 6, 7, 8 weeks ago, his current plan for the development of that property. We had probably 200 people at that neighborhood meeting, and enthusiastic reviews for the plan for that property. This is 10 years later, so we begin to accept things, and we begin to accept change sometimes after a period of years. I appreciate very much the involvement always of neighborhoods and what's happening there and what's going on. Both the mayor and I participated in several of the meetings regarding the Hayden Park project. So there was a lot of dialogue, but we had dialogue with Hobbs Friendly, and we've had dialogue with the others too. So I regret that your meetings couldn't reach a bit more of a consensus than they obviously didn't, and that's always regretful. But I think these are the things that we are out of necessity, the way that we will review this project tonight, and I hope that at the end of the day you will understand the votes that are taken. And I thank you very much for coming this evening.
Thank you. Mary Kay?
So, since it was mentioned that I had asked the city attorney in another zoning case about land use, that is correct. I'm only going to speak about land use. First, however, I am going to mention, I think Mr. Matheny did a good job of showing all of the units that are in the area. And I also had checked into a few things because we keep talking about density, and I heard that there are some people that think there are not many apartments in the area, there aren't many townhomes, wants to stay single family. Within a half mile to 3/4 of a mile, and some right beside or across the street, you have down the street Village Lofts, 97 units, Finley Ridge, 16, Gingerly Way, 12, Woodland Park, 184. The Point, 144, the Reserve, 106, and a little further down the other way, Yester Oaks, 124. Then you can go up to Lawndale and Pisgah Church Road, and you've got more there, Winstead Commons. So saying that there isn't much density in this area concerns me because I believe there is. And since it was mentioned that there was a 77-unit apartments approved in a different part of town, I want to say, and I'm going to say this, I went to that community meeting off of Randleman Road. That's the one that's being referred to. And in that community meeting, and Mr. Holston was there, and Ms. McIver was there, that community thanked the person who was developing that the whole evening for 30, 45 minutes. How well they built, how good they built everything. So that's why I'm talking about this today, because it came at me that, you know, all of a sudden there were people against it. But the community meeting I went to, everyone was for it. So that concerns me a little bit, because now, whether it's this neighborhood or anyone else's neighborhood, when people show up and say that they are for or against, we appreciate that. We really do, because it shows you care. I went to the community meetings for this one. And, you know, I know Mr. Johnson couldn't go to one of them, but, you know, I was there and listened to everyone and listened to him. And the biggest thing to me, one of the biggest things, and I know this is getting on a personal level, but we talk about apartments in our neighborhoods. Well, I voted against my neighborhood. You know Brassfield Park Apartments? Okay, they're getting ready to do, oh goodness, an expansion of 336 on that property. And I could go through and say, I don't want this, you know, it's not good. But I saw that the land was going to be used in an appropriate way. I don't believe this area, I don't believe this land is being used appropriately. I think if there were 2 residential dwellings, that would be appropriate. Because when you talk about density in the area, yeah, I'm not looking for applause, honestly, but, you know, when you talk about density in the area and you want to say that a neighborhood does not have anything like other areas in their neighborhood, Zach gave perfect examples. Yes, they do. And they accepted them willingly. So if I'm looking at this land use only, as I was charged to do, I cannot approve this rezoning.
Jamila?
Well, okay, as I sit here and I think of Joanne, who I sat next to, because to me, I don't take my decisions lightly. And I am very, very data informed, be it qualitative or quantitative data, but I believe in going to where the work is happening. And as I sat there next to Joanne and heard her concerns, where's Mr. Ed? As I walked the neighborhood, and I walked that neighborhood several times, and many of the concerns that were brought up as I walked the neighborhood, as I walked and spoke with many of the residents of the community, some of the issues that came up were safety and traffic. And so one of the things was I didn't just take it as, oh, the number of traffic, the number of accidents. I went and looked that information up to see how many accidents have actually happened on Willoughby and Pisgah in the past, let's say 2 or 3 years. And when I pulled that data, I was able to see it was 2 accidents that have happened in the past year. Then when I pulled the data, to be able to see how many accidents happened in the past 5 years, so to speak, and it came up to 10. So again, I listen to the concerns. I walk the neighborhood. I see some of the biggest concerns where I feel like there's opportunities for us to collaborate, where the city is responsible for things. But at the end of the day, I believe in, when I'm looking at this judicious process, it's about, this is a concept of the potential of what can happen in a community and in a neighborhood. But when I'm making a decision and thinking what's the best decision and how I can show up in my values and cultures in alignment, I can't, when you talk about land use, I can't sit here and say, this can happen and this can happen. The next right step for me in this process is to say, we have a concept, it goes to zoning commission, they agreed upon it and say, let's go to the next step, and we're here today. And then the next right step is for TRC, who are the expert matters, that have the professional and technical expertise to say what can and can't be done. So if I'm looking at it and saying, what's the best choice that I can make in this option right now, is to let those who are the expert matters to make the right decision, because I can't truly say yes or no. I can go out there and have a concept or think something can happen, but I want you all to know that I heard you, I listened to you, I have been out there, I have walked several times, I've taken several pictures, I've met with several of you all, and I've participated in the community meetings to really be able to make sure I am hearing clearly, hearing the voice of community. But when I think about this, I too live in District 33. This is my community, this is my neighborhood. But as I sit in this seat, I'm not only representing members in my district, but I'm also looking at the districts of the whole entire city. And so when we're doing things, not necessarily making things from an equal standpoint, but how are we being equitable in our decision making and making sure we're following a process? And if there's something in the process that we're doing, what are some of the modifications that can happen to be able to say, hey, we maybe need to look at this? So I want you all to know, yes, am I going to sit here and I'm going to go for this, going to rezone it, to classify the rezoning? Yes, but it wasn't made loosely, because I deeply took into all the consideration, went out there and researched, asked the questions, but always came back to what's the process that's put in place, and am I doing my due diligence with following the process that we have in place? Because this is one of many opportunities that are going to present to us where we're going to have to make these hard decisions.
Dr. Wells.
Which one? I didn't know which one she called first.
Dr. Wells, then Sharon, then Hugh.
I remember when I was campaigning the last time, the question was asked, what do you think is going to be the toughest challenge that you will be faced with in this next term? And I said it's going to be dealing with infill land use, because people don't like change. We have to have more housing in Greensboro. Everybody agrees to that, but it's okay to put the housing someplace else. Not, and I want you to give your Representative Mr. Matheny a hand, because he's fighting for you and made an excellent speech. But we have to think about the whole of Greensboro. We have to talk about the 10,000, the road to 10,000. Even before that happened, we knew we were going to have more housing. And we cannot have just two types of houses. And that middle, what do they call them, that middle space in there, about 4 or 5 different kinds of houses, duplexes and quadruplexes and triple houses, all of those. And before it's over, that's what we're going to have in Greensboro. And everybody might as well get used to it, because when these things come to us, we are going to have to make decisions that are best for Greensboro, not for individual communities. So we've got people fussing at us from the east, fussing at us from the west, north, south, all over, because we try to do what is right. And it's not easy. We got friends that live in these neighborhoods. We've got associates that we've been dealing with for years. We don't want to lose friendships and all that, but it's not about that. We have to do what is right. And we're going to have to open spaces. Now, the thing that I like about this project, not only is it going to be in a place that, we haven't had anything on that corner, but it's going to look so modern. We got, it is. I know, of course.
Please stop.
Of course you don't want change. I understand. You want it to look just like it's looked for years and years. But it's not going to. I'm just telling you, giving you a little bit of advice. I've lived a long time. Things change. Whether you want it or not, they change. And you get along much better if you go along with some of the changes rather than trying to kick against the prick, because it's not going to work. It won't work. So I know you're going to be upset tonight. And what Ms. Hoffman said, 10 years later, you'll look back on it and you'll say, my goodness.
Quiet, please.
Well, I'll tell you from experience. I'm telling you from experience. Life changes and you get along much better if you go with the flow. The only three things you can do. That's it. You can accept it.
I'm going to have to ask you to please stop talking, or we're going to have to ask you to leave.
You can fight, you can flee, or you can flow. And I found it's better to flow, because when you fight, if you stay and don't move, you're fighting. So it's might as well flow. You get along much better. Maybe somebody's hearing what I'm saying, but I'm telling you from experience. All that fighting and pushing, it doesn't help. So you won't agree with the decision tonight, but it'll get better.
Mrs. Hightower?
So one of the first things I was impressed by Mr. Johnson's presentation was that he went to TRC first. And I know that many in other communities want to see developers do that, at least to get a general idea of what they're facing, so they know how to lay out their project and what they may run into. And then they talk to the community, which is something. Sometime in our community, we're lucky if we get one meeting, much less get 4 or 5 or 6. They don't even sometimes want to reach out to us, which is why I push for the 750 feet notification up to the state level, so that people would be more included in a process. And so that's important to people who sometimes don't know about rezonings until the very last minute. In this instance, you all been working since February. That's a long time to meet and talk. The developer postponed, continued to talk, and come back and listen at you and hear what you've had to say. Yes, I brought up traffic, and Mr. Matheny's right. I live off Gate Cedar Boulevard. You wouldn't want anything right off Gate Cedar Boulevard right there, but trust you me, all my interests are on the side street too. So you can get into the neighborhood from the side streets safely. So that's something that has been considered as well. And this project is different. It's unique. It's nice. It is upscaling in a way that we want to make sure still continues character of neighborhood, but brings in new people. Type of development we want to see more of on the east side of Greensboro that we constantly talk about. When you talk about sidewalks, we have lots of places in East Greensboro that have sidewalks to nowhere. People in wheelchairs can't get down. They have to roll in the street. And so, do we need to put more money in sidewalks? We absolutely do. But if the project is putting a sidewalk there, at least that's a beginning. And so I'm pretty sure that as we look at how we want to develop our neighborhoods, sidewalks is important. But tonight we're talking about land use. And traffic is part of the land use as well. When you bring up certain other issues, we have to address those as well as part of that land use. But we have to make sure we're using land appropriately. And in this instance, the developer has scaled down his project. He's conditioned it down to 8. He's moved the entrances. He's considered parking off the street. And in some neighborhoods that I represent, you can't even get through the neighborhood because there's cars on both sides. I had to back up the other day down the street. If you know how I drive, that won't save. And so it's a concern when you can't even get through your community. And I think Mr. Johnson has done a very great job of being very diligent about hearing all of your concerns and all of your comments. And then finally, I understand there's something that I have to talk to zoning and planning about, because I've heard something twice tonight that talks about a master plan. Does that still exist for community? Because I've never heard it until tonight. And if that's the case, it needs to be incorporated in every area plan, that we have a master plan community. Not sure if I like the word. Might need to change the wording. Not too thrilled with the word master. But that's something we need to consider as well. But quite honestly, I'm very impressed by what Mr. Johnson has done at the Emory. Very upscale, respecting your area, and that's what we need in more developers to come into our area and respect our area. And yes, I did vote for the Theismann project that was 77 apartments. Part of my rationale was because I knew the developer. He was local. His products were good, well maintained, well taken care of. That's what you want, not somebody who's going to be an absent landlord. Mr. Johnson will not be absent. He will be right here, the local developer that we can touch and talk to and that you can communicate with. And I think that's a very important part of this equation. And so for me tonight, I am going to support the project. I think that it is one that just starts the beginning of our road to 10,000 on the type of housing, the type of quality that we want to see done in our community, particularly as we build up in East Greensboro. And East Greensboro is growing. We have to be real and honest about it, and it is growing. People are coming here, and they got to have somewhere to stay that's attainable for them. And we have to be more mixed-use communities, and that's what I see here. A little bit more mixed use. So I'm going to support the project tonight because I think that this is a good project. Thank you.
Mr. Holston?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first thing I want to do is I want to thank the neighbors and the community for coming together. There's really nothing better to see than to have your neighbors to come together for a common cause. I want to thank the developer, Mr. Johnson, for bringing this potential investment to Greensboro, but also in working with and communicating with and engaging with the community. There are some times when we have cases such as this that there isn't that type of engagement. It's one side gambling one way or the other that I'm just going to roll the dice and try to get 5 votes one way or the other. But if we're going to succeed in this Greensboro world, it's going to be together. And not always agree, oftentimes disagree, but not being disagreeable. I had the opportunity to attend 2 of those meetings, one sponsored by Mr. Johnson over at the Craft Center and the other by the neighborhood in the Lewis Center. And I was very appreciative to be at both and learned a lot of information at both meetings. I had the opportunity to walk the property with Susan and Donna and some others, down into the bushes, down closer to the stream, so to speak. I used to work in that general area just for about 17 years. I was just down the street near Wireless Drive and spent a lot of time back and forth and into the Willoughby Drive area. The challenge that we have as council members is of the highest and best use of this property, of land use of this property. We also have the challenge of ensuring that we have housing diversity in our community. That is price point, type, and also location. It's important to me when it comes to our housing, with the successes that we've had on this council in bringing major organizations to our Greensboro community, also retaining major organizations so that we can remain a thriving community. I often say that if you're not growing, then you're dying. And for me, that growing, that thriving has to be in all of our communities. We may talk about them in districts, but it's all of our community. The entirety of it all has to be growing and thriving. And talking about that housing diversity, type, price, location, it's going to mean that we're all going to have to get comfortable with the uncomfortable. And that means density. That means being a little bit closer to others than we were before. It doesn't feel good, especially for those of us who live in our communities for 15, 10, 20, 30, 40 years. It's challenging. I think someone mentioned it's change. It's being accustomed to change. You know, the old book, Who Moved My Cheese? And that's where we are today. I will tell you that the density that comes, it's coming. And it's coming to all of our communities, each and every one of them. If you haven't heard about it today, there's going to be a zoning meeting, there's going to be a council meeting where we are talking about a new development that may be a little bit different from what you currently live in. Closer to you, nearer to you, having some kind of impact. We've talked a little bit about those things that concern us. We talked about the parking. We talked about the trash pickup. We talked about the stream. We talked about a variety of things, public safety, USPS mail service. Fortunately, the process that we're experiencing right now, where you have planning and zoning and then city council, should it pass here, it then goes to our TRC, and that's where they'll work through all of those details. But this is not a unique process. This is the same process that, I'll use examples, that Roy Carroll goes through. It's the same process that David Couch will be going through with the Summerfield project. It's all the very same process. Is it comfortable? Not necessarily. Is it the reality of where we are? It is. And I'll say that, as the side note, yes, we do need more housing in Greensboro, but we need all types of housing. I've heard the term missing middle. We need affordable, we need attainable, we need missing middle, we need the white picket fences, we need all of it. Because if we're not growing, then we're dying. I do believe that the approval of this application is in the global public benefit for the city of Greensboro. And because of that, Madam Mayor, I will be supporting this application.
Thank you. I wish I had spoken before Hugh, because he said just about everything that I was thinking. We are really at an inflection point in our community. You know, we are the third largest city in North Carolina. I think that sometimes we lose sight of that fact because we have the small town feel. But we are growing. We've had amazing job announcements in the last 3 years. People need places to live. I'm part of the North Carolina Metro Mayors, and I will tell you every single city, town has the same issue when it comes to housing, that there just is not enough. There are people moving here from all over the place. Some people will consider that a good thing. Others will say it's not such a good thing. But the fact is, if we don't build houses, we're just going to drive up the price of the houses that we have right now. And we are becoming more and more unaffordable, not only in housing, but in rent. So when we talk about attainability, is we want housing at every single price point, not just what people consider affordable housing. It's attainable housing. It's whatever people can afford. Infill developments are the worst. We usually get a room full of people, maybe not quite this full, but we get a room full of people when it's going to change something close in their neighborhood. But Zach, I think you did a great job showing that there were townhouses all around Irving Park. And while it had a master developer, Sharon, I think we call it like a PUD now, where it's the same thing as a master developer. We had a huge rezoning back in 2002 for Corey Corporation on Cone Boulevard, and that was for 480 units. And it passed. They haven't built them yet, but they do have the zoning on Cone by Cleburne for 480 units. That's a lot. Excuse me? They're building on Market First, yes. But we do need housing, and we need it at every price point, and we all have to pitch in. And, it ultimately will be the decision of TRC how many units can be built there. It will be up to them to look at the traffic and to look at the stormwater runoff and everything else. So while this might be an approval for 8, it doesn't mean necessarily that 8 will be built there. That's when the engineers sit down and see really what is feasible, when they look at the topography and the stormwater runoff. So 8 would be a maximum. I am going to support this, and I hate that I can't support my friend Zach, because I know this means an awful, awful lot to him. But when we talk about more building all over the city, it means every single neighborhood, and it means Irving Park also. So I will be supporting this as well.
Move the item.
So I think we need a statement of consistency.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the rezoning request for the property at 1201 Pisgah Church Road from R3 Residential Single Family 3 to CDRM 12 Conditional District Residential Multifamily 12 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CDRM 12 zoning district, as conditioned, permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. Did you hit your vote button? Mrs. Hoffman's screen has malfunctioned. And your vote is? Okay, there you go. And that passes 6-2. We are going to take a 10-minute break. That'll give us a chance to kind of turn the chamber over before the rest of our agenda. Thank you.
So good morning. My name is Scott Johnson. I am the Oakview Group General Manager for the Greensboro Complex, the First Horizon Coliseum, and the Tanger Center. And thank you for joining us today, and welcome to Piedmont Hall. We've seen a lot of change since July when Oakview Group took over, and today is another chapter in that change. We are excited to partner with the Greensboro Area Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Greensboro Sports Foundation for today's exciting announcement that will bolster Greensboro's national reputation as a premier host of economic impact sporting events. To hear more about the newest sport coming to Tournament Town, please welcome Greensboro Area Convention and Visitors Bureau President Henry Fourier.
Thanks, Scott, and welcome to everybody. Today, as you can see from the activity when you walked in, we are here today to talk about one of the most popular and fastest growing sports in the country, pickleball. Yay! I'm very excited to share that the Board of the Convention and Visitors Bureau recently approved the purchase of 40 state-of-the-art pickleball courts, one of which you saw today set up in the front of the Coliseum, Piedmont Hall, and to be used here at the Special Events Center. I'd like to thank Richard Beard for doing all the legwork and research that led us to the purchase of this particular brand of court. These 40 courts give Greensboro one of the largest portable indoor pickleball facilities in the United States. This major investment by the CVB is already paying off. I'd like to direct your attention to the video screens for the special announcement from Jose Marino, Chief Marketing and Strategy Officer, USA Pickleball, the national governing body for the sport of pickleball in the United States.
Hey Greensboro, Jose Moreno here, Chief Marketing Officer for USA Pickleball. We are excited to come out there in May and June this year to be able to bring one of our golden tickets that's a feeder into our national championships. We're here in Mesa where we got 2,600 athletes that are competing for their chance at gold. We're thrilled to be partnering with the city, we're thrilled to be partnering with all of Greensboro, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys in a couple months.
Thanks, Jose. I'd like to thank my team at the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and especially this effort led by Caleb Wilson for securing this major national qualifying event through USA Pickleball, scheduled, as mentioned, for May 2025. This will be the USA Pickleball qualifying tournament on the East Coast and is expected to bring an economic impact of a little bit more than $2 million to our area. We expect this announcement and our relationship with USA Pickleball to continue to grow moving forward. This is only the start of the CVB's efforts to bring more pickleball events and visitors to Greensboro. Thank you.
So we're really excited about bringing pickleball. I don't know if everyone knows, but the Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Coliseum and the Sports Foundation invested heavily in youth sports. We have, of course, the Greensboro Aquatic Center for swimming and diving. We have sport courts for AAU basketball and volleyball. We bought wrestling mats a number of years ago and are very highly ranked in the wrestling, youth wrestling industry. And, of course, youth cheerleading is an important aspect for us. A key factor in Greensboro's incredible track record for successes in promoting and hosting sporting events is the Greensboro Sports Foundation. I would like to now welcome Richard Beard as our next speaker. He is the president of the Greensboro Sports Foundation.
Thank you, Scott, and another great day in Tournament Town. This is exciting to see one of the fastest, if not the fastest growing sport in America, that we're taking it to another level and being able to capture major events when it comes to pickleball. I'd like to start by thanking our pickleball players, what I call our Tournament Town Pickle Pros, that you saw playing when they were coming in today. Chris Kelly with Rock 92 Radio. You hear him talk about pickleball all the time, I'm sure. Jason Goodman with WKZL Susie Wall, Miriam D. St. Alban, and you'll also be seeing Cindy Jolly and Janet Kaiser out on the courts as well after these announcements. So we're thrilled that you all came out to show us some high-level pickleball, but I can tell you it's for everybody. If I can play it, anybody can play it. And it really is a neutralizing game to where any level can get out there and play with the best. So I encourage you to give it a try. I also want to thank Dick Broadcasting and Taylor Dick and Richard Harlow who helped, because when we were thinking about who should we have playing, and the fact that Chris Kelly is always talking about pickleball and you see him on commercials, I said, we've got to get Chris Kelly. So I reached out to Taylor Dick, and I appreciate Dick Broadcasting making it happen. So brief comments on the enormous impact of sports tourism in our area. In 2023, sorry about that. A little slip there. In 2023, sports tourism in Guilford County, and this is tracked by the Greensboro Area Convention and Visitors Bureau, that over 900,000 hotel room nights were generated. We talk about heads and beds. And these events that come here, whether it's AAU, I see Sean Kilmartin out in the audience, the AAU events and soccer and swimming and now pickleball, it puts a lot of heads in beds, and it helps generate $175 to $200 million in economic impact every year. So it's something we need to really be proud of. And we thank the Convention and Visitors Bureau for continuing to invest in these type things, because they're trying to drive more tourism, more heads and beds, which help our restaurants and our hotels as well. Pickleball continues to grow like crazy. I mentioned it was the fastest growing sport in the United States, and over the last 3 years, statistics show that it has grown by 223%, and it keeps growing. And you're hearing about new facilities, Chris Kepko and Triad Pickleball, and their efforts to do more indoor opportunities. And we have city council people here, and they hear from me all the time. We got to get more outdoor facilities for the city. So that's coming. So the support of the city of Greensboro and Guilford County officials is critical to all of our success in hosting these sporting events at the highest level. And we thank Mayor Vaughn and City Council for their continued support in sports tourism in our facilities. And they've made youth and amateur sports a priority in this community, and it's showing. And I'd now like to welcome our mayor of Pickleball Town, Mayor Nancy Vaughn, please.
Thank you, Richard. I also want to recognize my fellow city council members, Mary Kay Abuzawader and Nancy Hoffman. And it's nice to see former Managing Director of the Coliseum, Matt Brown. So Richard mentioned that he talks to us often about adding more pickleball courts. But I can tell you, we hear from the general public all the time that they want more pickleball courts. It really has grown so quickly, it's surprising. And we are happy that we are going to have an event here. It was mentioned that there are going to be 2,600 athletes here. Well, athletes don't travel alone. They usually bring a friend, sometimes a coach, kids. So that 2,600 number really is much larger than that. And that is something that is very exciting. When the state of North Carolina revenue, when they looked at the top tourism spots in North Carolina, there are 100 counties. We came in number 5. We don't have an ocean, we don't have mountains, but we have great youth sports. And so I have total confidence that we are even going to move up from number 5 due to events just like this. This is wonderful, bringing people into our city. As Richard said, heads and beds. They're going to eat in our restaurants and fill up our hotels. So that is extremely exciting. Hosting sporting events is something Tournament Town does do better than any other city. We always have, and you have our commitment that we always will. When you combine the commitment of the Convention and Visitors Bureau to purchase 40 courts, the support from the Greensboro Sports Foundation, and the incredible facilities, and experienced staff here at the Greensboro complex. We have the winning recipe for Greensboro to excel in hosting numerous pickleball events in the future and to become a destination for people to play pickleball. It really is surprising how quickly it's grown. I think a few years ago, I don't even remember hearing about pickleball. Now, kind of that's all you hear about. People want to know if you play, where you play. So it is great that we are going to have these courts here at the Greensboro Coliseum, and I can guarantee you, you're going to see more courts throughout the city. So we are going to be conditioning our own athletes to be able to compete across the country. Thank you.
Before we wrap up, we're going to have a little raffle, and I'd like to ask local pickleball legend Chris Kelly of Rock 92, and I'm not kidding you, that's what it says on the paper, local pickleball legend Chris Kelly, to come out and say a few words and talk about what pickleball means to him and its growth, and then we'll do the raffle, and he'll assist me with that.
Thank you. Thank you. No, please, you're too kind. Thank you. I wrote that local pickleball legend. I do my own press stuff. I was told that I wasn't dressed well enough to get a seat on the stage, but I could say a few words about pickleball. I didn't know shorts were not a thing we're supposed to wear today, because I was playing out today, and that's what I love to do really more than anything else now, after just coming to pickleball 3 years ago. I had never even seen it before, and as soon as I played during the pandemic, because a friend of mine said it's the only way to really get outside and do something during the pandemic. Did it, and it was like, when am I going to play next? That's how much I love it. And I think the reason for that is threefold, and my friends and I talk about this all the time. One, it's great physical activity, and I'm in my 50s and I'm moving more than I ever have before, so I think you really get more life. I was playing ladies out here today, and my friend Jason Goodman and I were playing. We're just moving more and better than we have in forever. Two, the social aspect of it is unbelievable. I've made 100 friends playing pickleball that I never would have met, and now they're all in my friend as Rick, last name Pickleball, Jay, last name Pickleball, John, last name Pickleball, and I see them all over the place, and it's fantastic. And the third thing is, and I recently read an article about this, is that pickleball is not only great for your physical health, but because you have a fraction of a second to make the decision of, here comes the ball at me, I need to hit it, where do I hit it, how hard do I hit it, and what area of the court, that it helps your mental ability as well. I haven't seen any evidence of that myself, neither has my wife, but I read it, and I said it must be true. And after not even knowing of this game, as Mayor Vaughn was saying 5 years ago, now I want to be the best pickleball player in North Carolina. And it turns out, after playing today, I'm not even the best at the buffet, but still, at least we're out there playing, and it could not be more fun. And within a half hour, you're out there enjoying it. So I want all of you to give it a try if you haven't yet, and enjoy what we're bringing here to Greensboro, because it's an amazing thing.
H4 and H5 together, if people could take their seats. H4 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the properties located at 2906 York House Drive and 2806 Chilton Court, .505 acres, Dennis Allred and others, and item H6, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 2906 York House Road and 2806 Chilton Court, Dennis Allred, on behalf of Robert Schimmerhorn for BMS Investments, LLC. We have nobody signed up to speak on this item. Mr. Kirkman, if you would give us a brief
Yes,
overview.
I understand, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is to annex and zone these properties from county planned development residential with a special use permit to city R3 residential single family. The zoning that surrounds these particular properties, northeast, south, and west, is all that CZPDRSP, which was part of a county planned development residential. The properties are currently undeveloped at this time and seeking city services to develop new residences on the property. North of the request are single-family dwellings. East of the request is single-family dwellings as well as some undeveloped land. And then south of the request is I-73. Properties are designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map. This is a straight zoning request, so there's no conditions associated with this. In recommending approval, staff notes that this does support the comprehensive plans, creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the building community connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. Proposed district allows uses that are compatible with the existing uses on adjacent tracts, and again, staff recommends approval of this. Planning and Zoning Commission heard this item at their March 17th meeting, recommended approval of both the annexation and original zoning, and there were no speakers at that meeting. I can answer questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Do we have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. We will need a statement of consistency on H5. Let me just get this vote up. That passes 7-1. Mr. Holston, you're moving this item? And do we have a second? Second by Dr. Wells. If you would read the statement, please.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties at 2906 York House Drive and 2806 Chillen Court from County CZ PDR SUP, conditional zoning plan development residential with a special use permit, to the City R3 residential single family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City R3 zoning district permits uses that fit the context and surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties, and the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote.
Well, yes.
And that passes 7-1. H6 and H7 will sound similar to what we just did. They are different. Public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for properties located at 3004 York House Drive, .289 acres. Dennis Allred on behalf of Robert Schimmerhorn for BMS Investment Properties, LLC. And item H.7, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 3004 York House Drive. Dennis Allred on behalf of Robert Schimmerhorn for BMS Investment Properties. Is that a similar?
It is very similar. It's actually another parcel in the same subdivision as the previous case. So I can go through, or I can let you guys
We have
move
no
on.
speakers signed up.
So, Mr. Cutler, they're building another house, right?
Correct, right. These are vacant lots, and they need
So
to
they
access
don't
city
need-
services, so they're building houses on
Okay,
them.
yeah, I've just had a bad experience with this builder
Oh, okay.
in a brand new house. So I won't be supporting.
Do we have a motion on this item?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. And that passes 7-1. H7 requires a statement of consistency. Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, second by Mr. Holston.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 3004 York House Drive from County CZ PDR SUP, which is County Zoning Plan Development Residential with a Special Use Permit, to City R3 Residential Single Family 3, to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City R3 zoning district permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. That passes 7-1. We will take items 8 and 9 together. Item H8 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 1606 Young Mills Road, 0.9 acres, Michael Praler for Praler Construction Company. And item H9, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 1606 Youngs Mill Road, Michael Praler for Praler Construction Company, Inc. We have no speakers signed up for this. Can we have a brief presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Again, this is just annexation for new residential development to City R5. The zoning surrounding the property is County RS20, residential single-family to the north, and then County RS40 on the other sides of the property. This is a vacant lot within an existing residential subdivision, and they're requesting services for residential development. I think basically this, as we note in our staff report, that this request is consistent with the uses that are found in the area, and staff is recommending approval of this. Planning and Zoning Commission did hear this at their March 17th meeting, did recommend approval of both annexation and zoning, and there were no speakers at that hearing.
Thank you. Any questions? Motion?
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote.
Not moving. Oh. Hold on. Let me change screens.
That passes 8-0. Item H9 requires a statement of consistency.
Move the item again.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston.
Okay. The Greensboro City Council believes this action to approve the original zoning request for the properties at 1606 Youngs Mill Road from County RS 40 residential single family to City R5 residential single family 5 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City R5 zoning district permits uses that fit the content of the surrounding area and limit negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. We will take H10 and H11 together. H10 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the properties located at 4334, 4340, and 4342 Blackberry Road, 11 acres, Michael Thomas for Love and Faith Christian Fellowship. And item H11, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 4334, 4340, and 4342 Blackberry Road, Nick Blackwood on behalf of Michael Thomas for Love and Faith Christian Fellowship. And item H12, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for a portion of Blackberry Road right-of-way for the city of Greensboro. We do have one speaker, Mr. Blackwood. Mr. Kirkman, would you like to give us a brief overview?
Yes, ma'am. Again, this request is to bring these properties into the city's jurisdiction and assign city CDR3 conditional district residential single family. This is property that's owned by the adjacent religious assembly use to the south. As you'll see on the map, the north and west of this request is currently zoned County AG agricultural, and east and south of the request is zoned City R3 residential single family. The subject property does contain single-family dwellings, and as well as a portion of the Blackberry Road right-of-way that would come in as part of this action. North of the request are single-family dwellings. East of the request are single-family dwellings, as well as common elements for our existing subdivision. South of the request is a religious assembly use I mentioned earlier, and west of the request is single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. This is currently designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, and is designated ex-urban right now as the future built form map. If this is annexed into the city, that designation would change to urban general, as you can see on the map. There is one condition that is associated with this request that was advertised as part of the hearing. Staff did find that this is consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and would allow uses that are compatible with existing uses on adjacent tracts. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard these items at their March 17th meeting and recommended approval of the annexation and zoning request, and there were no speakers at that hearing. I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Blackwood? You have up to 15 minutes. You don't need to use it all.
Madam Mayor and members of council, my name is Nick Blackwood, 804 Green Valley Road, here on behalf of Love and Faith Church. Just the long and short of the request is that the church already owns these 3 adjacent parcels that sit next to their current campus. There's a single-family home located on the parcel closest to their existing church. They want to relocate their recording studio that they currently operate out of the main campus. They've outgrown that space, so they're going to use that existing single-family home that they already own for that recording studio space. As part of the upfit for that project, they want access to water and sewer, so that's why we're here. So happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Blackwood? Okay. Thank you. Do we have a motion on H10?
Move it.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Council, please vote. Did everybody vote? That passes 8-0. Item H11 requires a statement of consistency. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Hightower.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties at 4334, 4340, and 4342 Blackberry Road from County AG Agricultural to City CDR3 Conditional District Residential Single Family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City CDR3 zoning district, as conditioned, permits uses that fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. Item H12 also requires a statement of consistency. Moved by Ms. Pinder, seconded by Mrs. Hightower.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at a portion of Blackberry Road right away from County AG to City RG to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action to be reasonable in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future build form map and future land use. The proposed city R3 zoning district permits use that fits the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impact on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area, and it will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. That is the end of our public hearings. We now move on to our general business agenda. Item I-1 is a resolution approving bid in the amount of $882,737 and authorizing execution of contract 2018-036 TIP-BL-0041 with Sam W. Smith, Inc. for the Lake Daniel and Latham Park Greenway Reconstruction Project.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. Item I-2 is a resolution approving a bid in the amount of $1,137,775 and authorizing execution of contract 2023-0340 with Jimmy R. Lynch and Sons for the Atwater Drive Waterline Extension Project. We do have a few speakers signed up to speak. Virgil Cobb, Alexander Cobb, Omar Jones, and Daniel Lynch if needed. These are 3 minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, my name is Virgil Cobb. I'm here representing Cinder Corporation in response to the Atwater project that Cinder Corporation submitted a low bid, meeting all the requirements, ready, willing, and able to do the work, but yet still we were not listed on the subcontracting list as a MWBE who was the lowest bidder. My concern today is not necessarily about winning the contract or losing the contract. My concern is being a construction activist is that the rule for low bid prevails across the country. I've never experienced, the company was started in 1983, and we've had offices in Chicago, Indianapolis, Detroit, Charlotte, and here. And I've always been in the belief that the lowest responsible bidder on a contract, ready, willing, and able to perform a commercial useful function, wins the contract. But for whatever reason, which I need to have counsel and MWE office and whomever to explain to me why Cinder is not listed as the subcontractor on the contract of Atwater. Have nothing to do with Atwater. I believe it. But my problem is that I believe in the MWP program more than just the project. And I was the lowest bidder, ready, willing, and able to perform the contract, have experience in doing that, but yet still I was not listed as a subcontractor. How is that? I need to have someone to share with me, because I need to have other subcontractors to understand that if you're the lowest bidder, you do check all the boxes, and you still can't participate on the project. Something's wrong. Whatever rule there is, I need to know that rule so that I can have they retired me. I need to have my other guys to understand what the new rule is, because we were the lowest responsive bidder on the Atwater project. And the thing that's really kind of interesting, when I took a look at the request for information, nobody else was listed on that particular contract but Cinda. Yet and still there was a zero in for minority participation. And I'm here to tell you, I'm alive and well, living color. Any questions?
So, Mr. Kopp, you submitted a bid by when? When did you?
The day of the bid. Matter of fact, I sent it to Lynch 2 days prior to the bid, and I copied the MWB office with the bid.
And so, were you ever contacted about why you were contacted to be negotiated with?
Nope.
Which is what the plan does call for.
No,
But
no one.
Were you?
No one called me, and I know Daniel, and he knows me. We functioned on a contract with him. I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. So it has nothing to do with him not knowing me and me not knowing him. On this particular piece, I had no conversation or no review of the scope of work, none of that.
So no one called you to say or
No, ma'am.
emailed you to say didn't meet the.
No, ma'am.
But you were listed as the only one on the contract paperwork you saw, and you were the lowest responsible bidder.
That's correct.
So I'm a little confused.
How did you find out?
It's public. When my son, who is now the owner, and one of my staff members, we always pull up public records. And when we took a look at the public record, that's when we also look at the bid opening. But in the bid opening, we did not know that we were not listed. But when we looked at the public record, we saw that we were not listed and a zero for minority participation. And I'm saying, whoa, something's wrong.
So someone should have reached out to you and informed you. I assume when you put in a bid, do you do a bond at the same time?
No, it's not a bond
You don't
required.
have to do that?
No.
So you don't have to kick out?
No.
But you'd like to be communicating with at least.
Oh, yes. I really need to know so that I can communicate with some of the younger guys I'm out of the game, that if the rule for lowest responsive bid is not applicable, then what's the new rule? And I need to share that with some of the other businesses and contractors. And we've had conversation in the industry about this.
So when I looked at the bid documents, the MWBE participation was very, very small. I agree with you on that. The cement work that I believe you bid was also bid by Cruz Brothers, and Cruz Brothers was lower, and so he opted to go with Cruz Brothers. In the bid that you presented to Mr. Lynch, you also bid the labor on a number of items. The items, though, asked for furnish and install water pipe. And you quoted $60 a foot labor only. It did not include the material. The same furnish and install 8-inch ductile iron water pipe. You bid the labor only, not the pipe. 2 other items you bid labor only. When Mr. Lynch did the math, he could self-perform. He can lay those pipes. It would cost him $186,000. If he used you, it would cost $288,000. So he opted to self-perform because you weren't supplying the material. So I guess, in some ways your bid was non-responsive because it said furnished material and labor, and then you had an asterisk mark that said labor only.
Mm-hmm. Let's correct a couple of things.
And I don't have those documents. I find it interesting. The mayor does. I've not seen them at all.
I have
But
not
I'm sure you have them.
I have not either, but one of the things, again, that concerns me is that that's the reason I went to public record, because I go to most of the bid openings, and when the bid is closed, whatever documents that are presented at that time, everything else is not acceptable. Now, if there is, and I know Cruz Brothers, if in fact they submitted a bid, I need to have them to send me, or someone, to give me a copy of their submittal bid, because at the time of bid, they were not, at least the papers that I saw from public record, they were not listed as a subcontractor on that contract. I was.
Well, they're listed on the bid documents that I got through, I believe, through the MWBE department, along with a copy of your, along with your bid I got from the MWBE department.
But if their bid came in after Mr. Cobb's bid, which if he was bidded by the deadline time and date, and that bid came in after, it's non-responsive. It was part of Mr. Lynch's proposal. He went with Cruz Brothers.
Not at the bid opening.
Not right. And if
Not
he
at the bid
came in after the bid opening, that's bid shopping.
Sure it is.
So.
Sure it is.
And this MB is 0.48.
Madam Mayor.
You cannot do that after the bid.
Sure. Madam Mayor, I would, if that's your position, I'm not going to defend it or deny it. The only thing I'm saying is, per the public record that I have access to, he was not listed. And if he was, I need to have someone to send me those documents with the stamp date. And if he submitted it on time, salute him. I don't have any problem with that. I've been in this business since 1982, winning and losing. So I'm not opposed to losing a contract. My thing is, though, I am a real strong supporter of the MWE program. And I can honestly say to you that I have been in a lot of cities, and Greensboro has one of the best MWB programs that I've seen, even with Charlotte. You guys have a great program. The implementation of the program is really flawed. Daniel and I talk on a pretty regular basis about a lot of the contracts, and he has consistently used fraudulent, folks pretending to do work that's not on the job, be pretending to use a supply center that's not a supply center. Those issues, I turn a blind eye to them because I'm a legitimate guy. So if he sent in some documentation, I need to see it. And if it is on time, I don't have a problem with that.
But the documentation you requested and saw, you were the only one that.
I was the only one.
So who has those documents?
I have a copy of the bid documents.
But he's talking
and
about.
I have a copy.
He's talking about what happened on the day when the bid was closed.
Right.
Who has those documents?
MWB office.
And where's the timestamp? Is there a timestamp?
Because it seems like to me there is a discrepancy here. He's saying when the bids closed, he was the only one. Now, how did the other person get the bill and he wasn't even on it?
And became
so somebody needs to find the sheet from that time that the bids were open and closed.
Well, and Mr. Lynch is here. He can answer the questions when they're through.
So Mr. Lynch has those papers, I suppose.
Yeah, I would think that we would simply just go to the MWBE office and get the documents and look at the stamps.
You would think that it's simple, but it took me over 6 weeks. And it took the MWBE office 76 days to come up with a good faith determination.
Well they got 3 people in there. Whenever you all recognize that and get it from being understaffed, but if you ain't got the 3 people in there, and right now, I don't know, you ain't never going to get none. And I don't think it's anybody's intent to make it better. And I'm tired of sitting here for 13 years saying the same identical thing over and over and over, and nothing is moved on it. Every time you make some progress, then you get cut at the knees and cut out. And you didn't want the last person there, and that occurred, so now we got to start over again. And all this stuff keeps happening to the one community that is simply trying to be a part of doing business with the city of Greensboro and run their business. And they keep getting cut down at the knees. The program is being cut at the knees. There are people who don't want it. There are departments who don't want it. Let's just be honest and real tonight. And until that changes, you're going to always have a problem, Mr. Cobb.
It appears.
Mr. Cobb, and some of the others. I've heard from some more, too.
Okay.
And I know there's been another email. Oh, we don't get a response from the NW, because now everybody's complaining. We don't get a response. But until you staff it adequately to get the work done, doing MWBE is not easy. You got to read the program plan, the disparity studies. There's 400 plus pages in the disparity study that talks about all some of the questions you even asked, Mayor, in here, page 176 and 178. So it talks about those things and talks about the ability to negotiate. This thing has MBE of 0.48% with a 14% goal, which means a 14% goal was set based on availability. And you got 0.48%. That's a problem for me. It's city money we're spending, city taxpayer money that we are spending. And all taxpayers that are business people and qualified MWBs want to do is be a part of that. And they're not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. Cobb, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but
Madam Mayor,
how about this thing?
I just need to clarify a couple of things. Most of the times I take my old butt into the bid openings. And I'm going to tell you religiously, when it is 2 o'clock, the bid is locked closed. Whatever is submitted at that particular time is all legal documents. You can scratch on that door, which I have a couple of times, and they wave at you. You can't come in, and you can't present any other documents. And I submit to you that per city records, Lynch with Cruz Brothers did not submit their bid at bid time.
You're saying Lynch didn't submit the bid at bid time?
No. Lynch submitted their bid. The documentations that they're talking about, Cruz Brothers, was not during bid time. And if I'm wrong, I will apologize, and I just need to see the stamped documents, because per what I got, what you had, public records, they were not listed.
Well,
Yes, ma'am.
Cruz Brothers, is that a minority contracting company?
Yes, they're Hispanic. Mm-hmm.
Well, it looks like we can settle this argument. All we have to do is find the papers and the time that they were stamped.
Sure.
And what was in it.
Sure, absolutely.
So where it says that should be in the MWBE office. Nobody has access to that.
I don't have access to it tonight.
Well, who's in charge of the MWBE office?
It does report to me.
Hmm?
It reports to me.
And so you don't have anybody that can find the records?
I'm actually not sure. The thing about this particular matter, of course, is that it was denied. Good faith efforts was denied, and then it was appealed. And really, this case is here after the appeal, where the manager granted the contract. So he approved the contract. The total circumstances of the situation made it appropriate for him, in his mindset, to approve the contract. So
the contract was approved, but what the issue is, the contract was approved for somebody that, according to what he is thinking, it was approved with the wrong person doing that particular job.
I've had that specific discussion with Mr. Lynch, and he says that Cruz Brothers' bid came in time, and he submitted.
Well, then all we have to do is to find the rest, and then we'll know whether Mr. Lynch was telling the truth or Mr. Cobb over here. That's all. Just we need some records.
I think what Mr. Cobb is saying, what Mr. Cobb is saying is that what he got from the public record did not show that. I don't think Mr. Cobb is actually disputing.
So
he's saying he didn't see it.
He said he didn't see it. He said he had the record that the mayor has doesn't have it on. He wants the record for the close of the bid process.
I want to table this.
Isn't
so I
that,
can get that information
isn't that
for
when
you.
your bid's supposed to be?
Well,
About
the
when
thing-
they open the bid?
Now, Sharon has been talking about this MWBE all the time I've been on the council. And so you remember the last meeting, she said we need to read it. So I read it. There, it says that there's a committee that meets and they decide what's possible. So that's when they set that 14%. And if it's at 14 and we don't even have one,
We got, no, not even one, 0.
now that doesn't make sense.
0.48.
Now, because the goal-setting committee looks at all of these 27 counties that we serve, and they figure that in 27 counties, we can find at least 14% MWBE. And they coming up with 0? That doesn't make sense.
I used to
don't
serve.
think we could vote on this.
I used to serve on the goal setting committee.
So there were 4 bids. None of them made goal. Mr. Lynch was 0.48. Yates was 0.94. PVC was 4.1, and Brees was 3.54. So none of them made goals.
None of them made goals. But how did the one that didn't even make one make it, and the one that didn't get 0?
But
He had
one did do
0.4. He had 0.48.
But I don't think that the issue right now before us is the outcome of the percentage. It's Mr. Cobb has brought up a question about the process and procedure, and it seems like it'd be a very simple response for us to simply go back and look at the timing of the receipt of the documents, and that would resolve Mr. Cobb's, and that would respect his question in front of us now.
Absolutely correct. You know, and again, you got to make sure we do understand.
We do have other speakers.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, if we knew that this was going to be a controversial issue, why do we not have the documentation ready here?
I don't know why you didn't know.
I didn't know that this issue was going to be the source of the controversy, or of course I would have.
I don't
Hindsight
know.
is 2020.
I don't know why you did.
Can I?
Because my understanding was that there was a bid that came in from an M that was lower
Zach,
in time. So I don't know how to I don't know how to clear up the public records issue that he's raising right now without having the documents.
Zach, I want to.
To me, we can't move forward. I'm not voting for this anyway.
Not
We
either.
can't,
And the other
can't
thing,
approve this if we
should
can't
have
have
somebody
the
in
proper
that office that
documents.
can go
Let's
find it.
Let's have the rest of the speakers speak, and let's also keep in mind that this bid opened in November, and it's a water line to a mobile park who does not have sufficient water service. And they kept getting put off and put off and put off. It took 76 days to get a letter of good faith, and then it had to go through the appeal process. And the people in the mobile home park still don't have sufficient water.
Well, they proposed to engineering that they do a waiver, and engineering said that no, they didn't want to do a waiver. So don't throw all this on one side. Don't throw all this on one side.
No, the waiver was.
They could have done the waiver if the water
Waivers
line
are
was
done
an
at the
emergency.
beginning. Waivers are done
They
at the
could've-
beginning,
if there was
not
an
to cover your
emergency.
butt at the end.
They could have done a waiver if that was an emergency. They could have. I've seen managers skip over and do all kinds of stuff they want to do and ignore the whole process. So it's not like they have it.
So, Alexander Cobb?
That's me.
No.
He said everything.
Okay.
So there's no defense.
Omar Jones?
Yeah, I guess really quickly to iterate what 1.0 Virgil Cobb just said. Omar Jones, 6 Rexdale Place, Greensboro, North Carolina. I try to be a good steward of the city of Greensboro. I participate in a variety of issues, concerns, meetings, and events that all of you guys host throughout the district. I don't really want to come up here and complain and hold up people's water because I know they need it. And the construction industry is drastically changing post-COVID, right? So we're going to fall short on a lot of construction projects just because of the labor issue. But when we have construction companies like ours that are reaching out on a consistent basis on prime contracts, and we're always getting the goalpost moved. We're lowest, most responsive bidder, then somebody else comes along and slides a bid in and, oh, they're cheaper. I've been up here before. We didn't use the right metrics, quote unquote. So it's always something. And to my avail, Virgil and Alex still want to do business with the city of Greensboro in a certain capacity. I have searched otherwhere. We have a 20 townhomes community that we're building in Charlotte. We have a 17 townhome community that we're building in Raleigh. I'm kind of tired of just beating my head on a brick wall. Councilwoman Hightower has championed MWBE, the program. We roll out millions of dollars on a consistent basis for the study. But what good is the study if we're not applying what we learned in the study to make these shortcomings, to alleviate these shortcomings that are concerned in the community? Construction is going to keep on going. The city of Greensboro is going to keep on going. But we really do have to figure out a space where minority contractors from Greensboro can participate. This is going to keep on coming up issue after issue after issue. And if it's just going to be the good old boys club like it was in the 60s and 70s, we're going to be even further behind in construction because of constriction in the marketplace. We see what's going on in Green Street right now. I mean, there's tons of projects where we should see a lot more movement, but just contractors don't have the capacity to do so. And when you're discouraging other contractors from even placing bids, we have a whole section of our colleagues in construction that won't even bid City of Greensboro work because they find it futile. It's to no avail. It's always something. Money can be better spent otherwise. So I just advise the council that we can kind of close the gap and focus in on these construction projects and providing minorities the opportunity to perform. Thank you.
Mr. Lynch?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Council, to answer your question, the document that...
Can you just give us your name for
I'm
the
sorry.
record?
I'm sorry. Daniel Lynch, President of Jimmy R. Lynch and Sons. To answer the question about the document you're referring to that lists out where that 0.48% and the 10.1% WBE participation comes from is a document called Affidavit C. That Affidavit C document is submitted with our good faith efforts. This particular bid was a non-bifurcated bid, which means you still separate your technical bid and your good faith efforts. You submit the bids. The technical bids are open. Along with the good faith efforts, the Affidavit C is a part of those good faith efforts. And then the MWBE office goes and does a review of the low bidders' good faith efforts. That Affidavit C document that was submitted with our good faith efforts lists Cruz Brothers as the concrete contractor. And when I say concrete contractor, I'm talking about curb and gutter replacement, sidewalk replacement, concrete driveway replacement. That's the scope of work I chose them for. Their price was submitted to me after Mr. Cobb's price, but prior to the bid. Otherwise, their name and percentage could not have been listed on the Affidavit C. So it was submitted prior to the bid. Their bid was approximately $5,400. Mr. Cobb's bid was approximately $6,900 for that scope of work. For the other scope of work that Mr. Cobb bid, he bid the labor for the furnish and install of the material, the pipe material, and the labor for the excavation of the trenches. His total price to perform that work, without getting into the unit prices, his total price to perform that work was $288,000. My bid for just the labor to do the same scope of work that Mr. Cobb quoted was $25,300. So it was approximately $250,000 more expensive than what I could do it for with my own forces. Had I taken Mr. Cobb's bid, I would not have been the low bidder because I was only low by about $195,000. So that's a brief explanation, and I'll be the first to say, I have a good relationship with Virgil. We talk frequently, and on multiple projects. As a matter of fact, I have a project right now pending with the city of Greensboro. It's a various stormwater project. Mr. Cobb was listed on my affidavit C. It's just in this particular case, in order to get as my cost as low as possible and as aggressive as I could, it didn't work out this time. Doesn't mean it's not going to work out in future times. I was not planning on speaking. I was just here to answer questions, but if you have any other questions for me, I'll be glad to answer.
So
Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
So hang on one second. So when Cruz Brothers, so Cobb came in first, so then Cruz Brothers came in afterwards.
Yeah, Mr. Cobb's bid,
how
I believe his bid came in maybe 2 days before the bid, approximately 2 or 3 days before the bid. Cruz Brothers came in the morning of the bid. The bid was at 2 o'clock. It came in that morning.
That particular morning.
Yes, ma'am.
So was he privy to any information?
Who?
Cruz Brothers?
No, ma'am.
Was it sealed bid? Because you said it's non-bifurcated.
When you
so
say was he privy to any information, I mean, he had the bid documents. He knew the quantities. He knew the takeoff. He had all of that information. But what do you mean when you say was he privy?
Well, I was just wondering, if he came in almost the date, well, he came in the date of almost.
Which is pretty typical in our industry. It's pretty typical that bids come in the day of. That's actually more typical than what Mr. Cobb did.
So I guess my question is, do you time stamp when you get a bid in, or who comes in first, or you just say, well, you came in first?
Well, it doesn't really do me any good to timestamp it, because in order to use the bid and it be counted towards my goal, I have to list it on the affidavit C, which is opened during the bid opening, whether it's bifurcated or non-bifurcated. If it's bifurcated, then only the MWBE documentation is open. If it's non-bifurcated, both are open. So the affidavit C had Cruz Brothers listed on it at the 0.48% on the day of the bid opening. So that clearly shows I had their quote prior to the bid opening.
Just one other question. The program plan talks about the ability to negotiate too.
Mm-hmm.
Where did that lie with anything? You talked about how good a friend you are, and I'm not saying you give your friend the work.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, where is that lying? There was never any negotiation, no conversation. Did you notify Virgil? You say you talked to him, y'all friends. You say, well, sorry,
no, I don't. I don't know.
It.
I don't know that I called Mr. Cobb the day of the bid and to tell him that he wasn't the bid that I chose because of him not being low. I don't know that with that minor scope that there was really a need to negotiate between the two. It's not. I don't think it's fair for me. If what you're asking me is, do I go back and tell Virgil where Cruz Brothers' number was to get Virgil's number below it? I'm not going to do that, because that's unethical.
That because that's bid shopping.
So what do I go back and tell him?
Whether you didn't make the bid or whatever. I mean, if he's.
I mean, I think that's pretty clear when you open it up and see affidavit C.
Well, if he's
and it's not listed.
I mean, if he's not there,
right,
and he hasn't apparently seen affidavit C.
Yeah.
Because he says he only saw himself.
Well, I actually think Mr. Cobb was at that bid opening. And I think that he could have. I mean, when the bids are open, they're available for anyone there to publicly view. I do it all the time. I think you were there at that bid opening, if I'm not mistaken. So he could have seen affidavit C at that time.
And then, so I'm just wondering why then, if we were having this conversation, because obviously somebody didn't see it, or we wouldn't be having this discussion.
Yeah, that's where the 0.48 comes from. It comes from affidavit C, and Cruz Brothers is listed on that affidavit.
When that 14% goal is set on availability, and you look at the scopes of work, so there was not enough scope of work in that to accomplish that goal? So
in our bid, I achieved 10.5
of WB.
Of W and M together, all together. That was the total amount of subcontract opportunity I had on that project. I do not have a non-MWBE subcontractor working on this contract for me. P&S Grading, Kennedy's Landscaping, and Cruz Brothers are the three subcontract opportunities I had on this particular project, and that I don't have any non-MWBEs working.
Right, no, but the MBE, because the goals are split up. You do M's and you do W's. The M was 14%, the W was 23%. And as you just stated, you achieved 10.58%.
That's correct.
So way, way, way low under the MBE. 10 of the 23, which is low, and then 0.048 of a 14% goal.
Yeah, and all I can tell you, Ms. Hightower, is I can't achieve any more percentage of subcontracting opportunities than there are subcontract opportunities. Where the 14 come from, I wish I had an opportunity with the city. I wish contractors were involved in setting those goals. Subcontractors, MWBEs, general contractors, I would love that. But I think that would be a fantastic idea. I think those goals were high, very high.
Well, the disparity study talks about contract by contract goal setting. So when you take a contract, you set that goal according to what that contract says, based on the trades that are in that contract, and that's the scopes of work.
And see, I haven't seen any of that information, so I don't know what those scopes of work are that generated that 14%. If I could answer your question better, but I just haven't seen that.
Well, are we?
You can also self-perform.
Yeah, absolutely. And it may be that the goal setting committee assumed that some of the work that a utility contractor like myself self-performs was a subcontract opportunity. And it may be if more of a general contractor bids the project, they may subcontract out all of the pipe installation. I don't know, but that for me, that's not just. I mean, that's our bread and butter, and that's how that's what we do for a living. So that could be it. But again, I'm speculating. I don't know how those goals were set.
Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see how those goals are set, how those are broken out, because there's no way they came up with 14% and then you can only get 0.48, even though you say you self-perform some of it. Some of in here somewhere has to be some commercially useful function as well. It's part of this goal setting.
I'd love to see it. Love the opportunity to do that. But
can you provide me that information, Mr. Watt, since
yes,
you're now over that?
I've actually had conversations with Mr. Lynch to talk about him having more involvement with the MWBE advisory committee, and we discussed that. We're all aware that the MWBE office is going through a major transition. We got a consultant on board. We're going to make it better. This was probably the low point in our process. And I think the facts that he credibly points out, it was my understanding of the situation. Mr. Cobb's point is about public records. I can't answer that question without going back and look at the records. But I think he's representing that it's in the Affidavit C. The Affidavit C was submitted before bid time. That's pretty much the end of that conversation as to what happened. And what records he's able to get is a whole nother question. And I wasn't prepared to come and talk about what records he had received, because he didn't share that with me before the meeting. As to the substance of what he's pointing out, that was my understanding. I think that's what the mayor got from the records he had as well.
And again, where Mr. Lynch had 0.48, Yates had 0.94, and then PDC had 4.01, and Brees had 3.54. Nobody came close to meeting goal.
I'm actually
developing. Let me just point out one other thing, that when this bid got opened in November, if MWBE had said he didn't make goal, we don't want him, we're moving on to the next person, that would have been fine. But to sit on this for 76 days after numerous questions is a problem. Nothing should take 76 days to get through any department. And, that's really a big issue. And council was notified. Mr. Lynch did write council an email in January, explaining his frustration not being able to get an answer from the MWBE department and not knowing where this project stood because the bid bonds were all getting ready to expire. The GFE was done. It started on November 25th. It was finished in December, but then was told not to distribute it to anybody. I would like you to see the public records because they're pretty telling.
Yeah, I want to see
on
them.
the background of this project. So,
Yeah.
you know, if somebody doesn't make goals, I don't have a problem with saying no on a timely basis. But when there's this back and forth on yes, somebody did or no, somebody didn't, but it takes 76 days and the mobile home park still doesn't have water, that's a problem.
Well, I'm a little concerned too. But I'm concerned that a whole lot of chatter has been going on. And as the MWBE liaison, I haven't heard none of this until this started blowing up. And it's blown up tremendously. And it concerns me. And I told you this before, so it ain't nothing new that I'm saying tonight that you ain't heard before. When I saw the email from Mr. Lynch, it also had his name and others on it. That was for them to handle, and that's what they were tasked to do. Is that not right, Mr. Watt?
Sure.
I didn't hear what you said.
I need a clarification. Did you say that the bid that he had was much higher than what you could do
You have to
in-house?
Yes, so you have to look at Mr. Cobb's bid in two different components. There's a concrete component that was compared, I could compare that to Cruz Brothers. And again, that's sidewalk, curb and gutter, concrete driveways. Then there was a labor component for installing pipe. It had labor only for furnace and install, and then labor only for trench and backfill. That component I could compare to my own forces, me doing the work myself.
So that's how you didn't get to one.
That's how I didn't get to what?
That's how you didn't get the MWBE, because you took the job yourself.
Well, I mean, that's what we do. I mean, we're utility contractors. This is a utility job. Yeah. So, but I don't know how the 14% was generated, so I really can't answer that. If I could see what scopes of work went into the 14%, I could tell you that.
Yeah. And quick question, I'm still kind of stuck on the process question. You're saying that your affidavit C was submitted after Mr. Cobb's, but before the bid closed?
No. So affidavit C is an affidavit that is submitted with good faith effort documents that are submitted, they're submitted in a separate envelope, whether it's a bifurcated or non-bifurcated bid. So that affidavit C includes all of the M and WBE participation that I am committing to using on the project. So that is submitted with my bid submittal on the day of the bid. Mr. Cobb's quote come to me 2 or 3 days before the bid, and Cruz Brothers came to me the day of the bid. I would not have been able to list them on affidavit C and get the 0.48% that we're talking about without having received their bid prior to the bid opening.
So your statement is that Mr. Cobb's bid and the Cruz Brothers bid came in before the bid closed?
Yes. Yes.
So it's a legit bid. The process continues to be suspect at best, it sounds like. You're working on it. We have an item in front of us that we either need to vote on or we don't vote on.
We need to vote.
But I don't think tonight we're going to be able to solve all MWB issues. As much as we continue to hammer that this process needs to be
better.
Even though Mr. Cobb said we've got a great MWBE process, still seems to be a little flawed. So, but you've got a legit bid. You're going to double fact check it. Send us a note.
Sure.
Let's vote.
You make
Or
a
not,
motion?
whatever. I'll make a motion.
Well, quickly, but Mr. City Attorney, so then you're confirming, validating, affirming that both bids were in before the bid closed?
That is certainly my understanding.
That's his understanding. But can I get a copy of the affidavit C?
Yes.
Okay, as well as there should be a file of how the goal for 14% was achieved and how that went through the contract.
Yes.
So that's what has to be documented.
So
Which we gotta know, because is low. And I hear what you're saying, and some things you can self-perform, but there's some reason. They didn't make this stuff up. Just 10, 14, and 23 didn't just fall out of the sky. So, and maybe that's part of the process too. And it's also part of staffing that daggone office. And I said that months ago. I've said it years ago. It just don't keep happening. And I don't understand why.
We are working on all of this, and we are also working on a work session. And one of the slides that we're developing is a slide about goals. And if you talk to Michelle Clark Jenkins, she will tell you exactly this, that many times you will have bids that come in, none of the bidders come anywhere near the goal. And that may be, in fact, an indication that the goals were improperly or in error. They're an estimate. So they can be in error too. And if you get bids where it's all low like that, that Michelle Clark Jenkins told me, she works with Griffin & Strong, told me that could indicate that maybe the goals. So one of the charts in one of the slides in this slideshow we're going to present at the work session says goals are not golden, and they're not.
If you took the utility contracts that are straight utility contracts, I bet you're going to find that those projects, the goals are too high. That you take a contract like a pump station or a treatment plant that's got mechanical, electrical, plumbing on it, you'll find that those goals are met more.
Call the question.
Depends. Yeah, it depends on unless they use their own team, and then they don't meet the goals either. But if you read the 2024 disparity study, it says in there about the aspirational goals, and it looks at what the aspirational goals is, and that maybe they need to come down some. So we know that, but we're not following our own study. We're not following. We're just doing stuff. And that's the problem, and that's where the failures come in too. We don't take the time to really follow what we need to be following and reading what we need to be reading.
So we do have a motion and a second. It was moved by Mr. Matheny, seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. Council, please vote. And that passes 5-3. I do want to say, I know that Chuck has hired a firm who is coming in and reviewing the MWBE workflow and the plan, and I've heard good things about it, and I'll be anxious to see what recommendations they make for changes. And I do think what Mr. Lynch said, and I think, Sharon, what you recognized is that these utility contracts are much different. There's much less room for subcontractors with utility contractors than there are with general construction contracts.
Some of that may be true, Nancy, but I talked to a minority utility contractor who didn't even know he could get in. So a lot of times, the way this works is if you one or two companies only here, there are only one or two, there's no opportunity for anybody else to get in. And I talked to one. He is a utility contractor. And I guarantee you, Mr. Lynch don't know.
So you got him registered, I assume, so we knew he could get in. Yeah. All right, our next item is I.3, a resolution approving a change order in the amount of $4,800,000 to contract 2024-001 for resurfacing streets, 2024 project with Blythe Construction.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. Okay. Did you vote? Okay. Motion to excuse Mr. Matheny? So moved by Mrs. Abuzueter, seconded by Dr. Wells. All in favor, say aye. Aye. He is excused.
Can I just point out that there was a 10%, 10.5% minority goal on the project y'all just approved, and the goal was met.
Very good. I.4 resolution awarding audit contract to Maudlin and Jenkins LLC to provide independent audit services for fiscal year 2025-2027.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Ms. Abuzwaiter. Council, please vote. And that passes 7-0. I-5, ordinance establishing Coliseum Bond Fund 525 and appropriating $500,000 for initial design costs.
Move the item.
Boy, moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. That passes 7-0, and I believe our final item, is it our final item? Two more, okay. I.6 is a resolution approving use of design build and selection of Samet Corporation as the design builder for the Science Center Biodome project. Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem.
So I have a question, and Mr. Watt, you probably can't answer this because I guess you're not prepared. Where are we in this process? All we're doing is choosing the design bill. Is that all we're doing?
Yes, ma'am. And I have Director Fleischman here to answer some of the detailed questions if you have additional questions. But one of it, when you talk about the design build, there won't be an additional building, but I can tell you there's a few MWB and WBEs that are part of that process. One in the general trade, also in the demolition, in the concrete and foundation, and then also in the masonry. But Director Fleischman, if you can add more context for Councilwoman Hightower.
Yeah, but I don't see the MWB memo. That's a problem.
Yes, ma'am.
You are quoting stuff that I can't validate, verify, or read myself ahead of time.
But at this point in the process, all we're talking about is in order to do a design bill, you all have to vote to authorize it.
That's what I was wondering,
That's all
because
we're doing.
before we can have, but with design bill, what I'm told is you'll have more participation with design bill. So I'm okay with the design bill, but the process, but there's no memo in here to talk about any of that. So I don't know how any of that's really typically been chosen. Now I'm questioning the design bill.
Well, the design bill, they do build a team. And I think that's what he's talking about in terms of the team, but in terms of what the actual scopes of work and who's going to do what, all that kind of stuff is not known at this point.
Yeah, see.
So what I think you're talking about is the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me what you said. Right.
They're estimates, but they're not like the numbers we deal with in terms of participation.
Yeah. And we choose the form of construction.
Yes, ma'am.
We do, the council. Comes to us as a recommendation. We just rubber stamp it.
So
before it ever comes to us,
no, in normal cases, it doesn't have to
facilities
come
is
to you all.
already chosen what they want to do.
Normally, the type of construction we do is defined by engineering or somebody else.
So they've already-
Unless it's design build. When it's design build, we have to come and get approval to go down that path.
Well, sometimes CMAR, I've seen CMAR stuff as well.
Councilwoman, I think at your request, and this is not relevant to this particular item, but you asked a question a couple meetings ago, and we had a brief conversation. This is a topic that I really think we need to make sure we explore and have a deeper dive discussion with council over a work session to talk about what's best. The CMAR may be best in others, but the design mill could be better for different projects. I think the departments identified the design build would be better for this one. But again, that's something that we probably need to spend a little bit more time with you on, just to explain it.
Right, yeah. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Did we
Yeah,
vote
we
on-
good. I don't know. We good. We talked already. We good.
Did we get a motion on that?
Yes. I have a
Moved
motion.
by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Yes. And that passes 7-0. And finally, resolution authorizing the use of the design-build method of construction for the design and repair of the leachate secondary containment system at the White Street landfill.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. And that passes 7-0. I'm sorry. Well, that is the end of our agenda. So, Griffin, you waited. Phil, you waited all this time, and we appreciate you hanging out. Any boards and commissions? Mrs. Hightower?
No.
Mr. Holston?
Yeah, I have some reappointments.
Okay.
For historic preservation, reappointing Bert Vanderveen for his second term.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes.
Beautiful. For Parks and Recreation, reappointing Cecile Crawford for her second term.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes.
And that's all I have for tonight, Madam Mayor.
Mrs. Hoffman? Mrs. Abuzawader?
I have a few, Madam Mayor, for reappointments. Laverne Lamb for the Transit Advisory Commission.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. I have Robert Noodleman for Parks and Recreation Commission. Robert.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, second. Yeah.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
And I have Catherine Faulkner for the Commission on the Status of Women as reappointment.
Is there a second?
Who?
Catherine
All in
Faulkner.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
And that passes 9-0.
Thank you.
Dr. Wells?
Reappoint, say, Edwards to the Commission on the Status of Women.
Is there a second?
Sade.
Seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
All right, and then I'd like to reappoint Tiffany Rudd to the Board of Adjustments.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
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 And I'd like to reappoint David Hoard to the Greensboro Historic Preservation Commission.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes
No, I have
unanimously.
to take that one back.
Oh,
She's going to take that
we're going
I
to
have
take,
to take David back.
disregard that.
Unvoted.
So, okay. Jamila?
Madam Mayor, I do have one more.
Okay.
For the Transit Advisory Commission, reappointing Ann Hurd for her second.
Second. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. And I do have one more. Mary Kay, this lady you reminded me of redevelopment.
Yes, redevelopment.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me find her name. She's in the database. I can tell you that. Vincent, is her name Vincent? No, it wasn't Teresa. Vincent. Oh gosh, I might have to. Valerie Vincent. Valerie Vincent.
Valerie.
And she's in the database. She's been in there for a while. So
Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Brief comments, Mrs. Hightower?
I just want to put something on the screen. You got it for me? You got it. You put it up. I just wanted to wish congratulations to Noah Blackwell. He earned his Eagle Scout. And some may think that, well, that's not a real big deal. However, as an African American, generally 1 in 14 earn their Eagle Scout as opposed to their white counterparts who's 1 in 7. In this instance, Noah is autistic, and he is a high school senior graduating from A&T Middle College. He wants to be a dentist or an engineer, or maybe both. But I was at his ceremony on Saturday, and so I wanted to congratulate him. His grandmother's there in the red. She has really been his rock from a little child. I've known him for quite a while, Miss Deborah Blackwell. And so I wanted us to recognize Noah. Hopefully, maybe he can be one of our couriers. I'm going to reach out to him for that. He comes out of the troop at Bethel AME Church, and he is the 34th Eagle Scout that Bethel has had in their come out of their troop. So Bethel is doing a great job with the young men over there, and they're all so nice and mannerable, of course, young gentlemen. And I just again want to say congratulations to a stellar young man who's overcome some obstacles and is still very successful. So, thank you.
Thank you. Hugh?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Most of us, if not all of us, were recently at the 81st Fire Academy graduation and also the 117th Police Academy graduations, bringing on our public safety servants, and very happy to have them. Also this past week, down at the International Civil Rights Center and Museum, the Greensboro Business League held its annual State of Black Business, and it was an awesome event, and many of us were there also. And Madam Mayor?
Yes,
sir. Oh, and one more thing. Relative to the conversation, to two conversations tonight, one was the last one on Mr. Lynch. My no vote was about process and procedure, and I understand that there's a lot of conversation going on, a lot of activities, and the percentages here and there. I did vote no because I hadn't seen the document. We didn't have that documentation. I know that Mr. Cobb was here. He was very eloquent in his words, and I just think that we owed it to see that before we actually move forward. I know we moved forward, but that's the reason for that. And then also talking about the application, the zoning application on Willoughby and Pisgah Church. And I'll just say it again. Density is something that is coming down the pipeline for the city of Greensboro. We here on the council know that density is tough right now, but it's going to be even tougher in the near, mid, and long-term future. And infill lots are going to be critical to our growth. You know, we cannot just force annex any longer, so we have to leverage those infill lots. And those infill lots are scattered throughout our entire community, all 5 districts, and we need to make sure that we're leveraging each and every one of them whenever it's possible for that highest and best use. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mrs. Hoffman? Mary Kay?
Yes, Madam Mayor, just 2 things. Many of us were at the police and the fire graduations, and they're always very nice. And we were also at the GM 911 Life Saving Award presentations. Several of them, the mayor and I were there actually, and the city manager, maybe someone else. I don't want to miss anyone, but just wanted to say that it's Telecommunicators Week, and if we can be thinking of them and giving them our thank yous. Also, happy Passover to those who are celebrating, and happy Easter to those who are celebrating. So kind of a busy week this week. Thank you.
And Mary Kay, don't forget, we were at the Cambodian
yes.
New Year celebration on Sunday.
Sharon Hightower and I were at the Cambodian
and
New
Tammy.
Year, and Tammy too. We're at the Cambodian New Year festival, and I presented the proclamation the mayor and I had done for them. And I'm telling you what, it was fascinating, wasn't it, Sharon? It was pretty darn amazing. All the things that they do, and the things they do for their community, and the things they do to outreach into the community of Greensboro is absolutely heartwarming. And city manager was there as well, and they feed you a lot. Thank you.
So the we at the nine.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Yes.
I'm
Jamila.
sorry. I just now remember.
Oh, I didn't
Jamila
see
was
you,
there.
Jamila. When
She was in the back.
Yes, I was there.
I didn't see her either.
You got to learn how to step up front because I ain't seen
Yeah.
Because I stayed
I was up front,
probably
but
till
it's
2:30
It's
or
okay. I
3
was there
o'clock.
to celebrate them as well.
Yes.
So
Yes.
So while we were at the 911 celebration, I believe that they recognized 39 life saves. And that's really pretty amazing that they are able to talk people over the phone, how to do CPR, how to take care of an injury, and, that they are literally saving lives when they come to work every day. And really, if you know somebody who is looking for a career and maybe they don't have a college education, I think Guilford Metro 911 is a fascinating place to work. Every single day is different. The pay is good. I would encourage people to at least investigate 911.
So I have to say very quickly, the mayor and I took the 911 testing, and we both did very well. This was a couple of years ago, so we
that
could
might
have a
be-
second career if we need it.
Yes, that might be my second act. Who knows? Dr. Wells?
Well, some of us attended last Saturday the naming of the room at Peeler Center for Mr. Nicholas Bright. That was a wonderful occasion. Nice things were said about him and the contributions he's made to the lives of so many. And we had a performance from the drill team also. We also on Friday went to the reopening of Fire Station 14 on Summit Avenue. And the station had been built in 1972, and it's now been refurbished, and they have facilities now for women and men, and it's just a very nice facility. I want to invite all of you in District 2 to our community budget session. It's going to be Tuesday the 22nd at 6 p.m. at Peeler. Come and learn how the city's annual budget is developed and adopted, and engage with the city leaders. So we're looking for you at Peeler on Tuesday the 22nd at 6.
Oh, and I forgot, I'll jump in before Jamila. I forgot District 1's budget meeting is April 28th. I wanted to be August. It's April 28th at Barber Park Event Center. But come on in August, the budget. Yeah. We might be like the state and never get a budget pass. We used to be like them. But anyway, thank you.
I forgot District 2's meeting is Tuesday also at Lindley at 6 o'clock. So please forgive me.
Jamila?
I feel like they said all the things that I attended with them, but yeah, I just want to highlight Mr. Bright, because that truly is, when you talk about a pillar or a beacon in the community, and it was amazing to be able to see how people came from all over to be able to celebrate and honor him. So that was just a beautiful ceremony. Also, just want to acknowledge as well I know it's probably a month overdue, but just acknowledge the Smith basketball team that won their basketball championship the very first time. Even though I'm a Dudley Panther, my son went to Smith, so I want to lift that up because, again, when we're talking about the best for our future in building communities, we have to make sure we're acknowledging and sowing into the younger generation so that they can be at the point where Mr. Bright is to acknowledge the great work they're doing. And then also I participated in the Cambodian New Year celebration as well. So that's it.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few quick things. One, to answer Councilwoman Hightower's question earlier about the master plan. We will have a more definitive update, but really it's more relevant to what you all passed a couple weeks ago, like the larger projects when you have a planned use development, similar to what we saw with the Christopher Farms with David Couch. So, but again, we want to dig into that a little bit more to give you more context, but that's a really good question. Also, thank you to all of you for the plug for the upcoming budget sessions, which we're really excited about, to make sure that the community has an opportunity in your specific areas. I know we tried to pack them in, but we wanted to make sure we got those budget sessions in before we hit some of those critical meeting times. Of course, our longer mini session will be at the Tanger Center. It will be on May 1st, Thursday, May 1st. We'll start at 12. There will be lunch served for you all so that everybody's not hangry and everybody's prepared for Larry's conversation. One more update, too. I've had some conversation with all of you individually about the external task force for the road to 10,000. Before I get into the establishment of that external task force, I'm really excited about the diversity of folks that we've invited and extended. The first meeting of that group will be on April 30th, and we will jump right in to talk to them about some things that the internal team has developed. I can tell you that we were able to have access to the gentleman who did the research, Patrick Bowen. He was able to drill down even more, give us more context into what his research identified, which fits nicely into what we've been talking about, needing like the housing types across the spectrum. We do know that some communities are concerned about making sure there's not an inundation of affordable housing. Some communities want to make sure that they're not priced out. But I will tell you that I'm excited about what the research shows, because there's a huge need in our area, both for rent and for sale. And those are some things that we really want to go out with. That's what we discussed with the task force and educate the community. So we'll see that after we get through some of our budget stuff. And then thank you again to the mayor and Mary Kay for the reminder of National Telecommunicator Week. So thank you for that.
Mr. City Attorney?
I have nothing more to say tonight.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Second. Mr. Holston, Mayor Pro Tem, all in favor say aye. Aye. We're done.